Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lost Planning the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. And today I have two guests with me. We have Drex from the MGTOWN podcast.
Hello, everybody.
And we also have Josh from Kiwi Farms.
Hello.
Welcome.
Yeah, I've been summoned for my expertise in a particular subject that is internationally discussed right now for an interesting reason.
Yeah, it's not a great reason. Not a great reason. So we're here. Look, I know that that this is a hard time for you. So I really respect that you were able to come on. So what I think we should do is try and kind of get into it right at the beginning here. And I think what we're going to do is open up with some history, a history and background of the internet mythos, the legend of Chris Chan. Because I'm pretty sure you, Drex, have no idea who Chris Chan is.
No. Now, don't forget, disclaimer. It is National Friendship Day.
It is.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, how's it going?
What a great time.
You know, the background of yours looks familiar because it's in my office. There's someone out there who doesn't realize that you're like in the same room as me right now.
Yeah. I never understood that. Like, where did people think I was at?
I don't know. But look, I would make fun of the person, but there are rules against mocking the disabled, so we're gonna move on.
But they've seen you get up and like walk behind me. Visual effects?
Is it, Photoshop? I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Literally retarded, I think, is the trick there. But that's okay. Anyway, we're going to be talking about Chris Chan. It is Friendship Day, National Friendship Day. So hello, friend Josh, also.
Hello, friend. If I sound like I'm a little bit off, it's because it's 6 a.m. and I've gotten up very early to talk to my dear friends on the internet today. So,
yes, it was a terrible choice that you made, an absolutely abysmal choice.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, let me get this thing going.
Dude, your cat hair that has...
It's not my cat hair. It's my cat's hair.
Well, I mean, same difference.
Yeah. Try not being allergic to it.
Oh,
that would be better. Okay, so what we're going to do is kind of jump into the story of Chris Chan, because that's what we're here to talk about tonight. There have been some major developments in the Chris Chan story. And so what I'm hoping is that we can get Josh, who is... oh, oh, shit, no. My bad. Sorry, chat.
Ooh.
That was to punish you. We can get Josh, who's somewhat of an expert on Chris, to lay the foundation, and then we'll talk about what exactly is going on. So I'm going to kind of give the floor to you to do that. But one thing I saw real quick, if you could answer, that has nothing to do with this. Are you banned or something, or suspended?
On YouTube? I was just real briefly. I made a video tutorial on how to download YouTube videos using a program called YouTube DL.
Yeah.
And I made this video a while ago, but it was flagged recently as harmful content. And I attempted to appeal this, and it was automatically rejected within seconds. And the message told me that it was reviewed by a human and found to be in violation of the terms of service. So I know they're completely full of shit, and they don't want you to know how to download videos from YouTube using a program called YouTube DL.
Well, I don't. That's a weird thing to actually care about. Like,
yeah, I don't know what they're.
I mean, it's not. It's
archiving
not like a
seems to be like a taboo right now. I remember a journalist calling archive.is like a hate archive, because being able to document how journalists update their articles and shit over time to look prescient is a thing that's bad, and people don't want you to archive videos. Archiving in general is bad, because if you can't like rewrite the past in real time in any way, you know, that's a bad thing. So YouTube doesn't want you to be able to download videos from YouTube using YouTube DL.
Yeah, that's weird. I thought everybody knew you could do that. I mean, you can do it through VLC also. So it's
VLC actually uses YouTube DL. YouTube DL is a very widely used program, a library embedded in other programs, and VLC is one that actually takes advantage of YouTube DL to do a lot of what it does.
yeah, it's a weird thing for them to do this anyway. Well, why don't you okay, so thanks for answering that. Yeah, I saw someone's like, what a week for Josh to not be able to stream. So yeah,
this week or next week. Yeah, it sucks.
that's not good. Well, do you want to just go ahead and get us started?
Sure. I'll try to sum up like 20 years of history in like 10 minutes. I'm gonna compile a 60-part documentary into a couple sentences. And
the
if
internet has been watching this person for a very, very long time.
If at any
20
point
years though,
yes, I'll explain. Don't worry. If anything is like just interrupt me, and I'll take a second to detour and explain it more. Because I'll just assume that you know absolutely nothing. Way back when, in the early days of the internet, when 4chan was kind of a new thing, a guy had the bold idea to make his own comic book called Sonichu, which was like a portmanteau of Sonic the Hedgehog and Pikachu the Pokemon. He put the characters together. He drew his first edition, Edition 0, in crayon. He scanned these comic books and put them on a personal website on the early internet. The video game board on 4chan found these comics and realized that they sucked really badly. So they began fucking with the author. And this began a trolling campaign with many different plots and facets and characters and people involved, with intrigue of different trolls trying to fight for control of Chris and having his ear by outing each other, to get his trust and say that person's a troll, to try and fuck with each other and Chris at the same time. And this kind of went on as Chris's life developed. Chris is someone who has very serious autism, and his parents had him very late in life. So I think Barb was in her 40s when they had Chris, and his dad, Bob, was in his 50s.
Yeah. Barb is Chris's mother. Bob is Chris's father.
So had him very late. So yeah, that's going to raise the risk dramatically.
Yeah, because Chris is 39, right?
Yes.
Or 40?
I think 40. He's 30. I think
I thought I saw that he was 40 and Barb was 79.
I want to say he's 39 because I had a conversation with him just recently, and I said, you're in your 40s now. I said, and he said something like just under, but yes. So he might be 39 exactly. I think he might. That sounds right to me. Sorry if that's not entirely accurate.
So soon to be 40. So roughly a 40-year-old man.
Early 40s, late 30s. That's where he's at now. And his mother is now 79, and Bob is dead. Bob died a couple years ago.
Right. And some other significant changes have happened in Chris's life as well, right? Like Chris, so I do a video announcing this live stream and kind of just pointing out that there's been a restraining order or a protective order put into place. And all of the comments that I see are focused on the fact that I called Chris Christine, and I used the word her rather than him. And so, like, it's this weird thing. Well, Chris has come out as trans. Is that correct? Is for lack of but the questionability of his capacity to become trans is, I think,
I disagree. Actually, I'll get into that. I believe that Chris is not only trans. I think Chris is a more legitimate transgender person than almost everybody else who is transgender. Chris has been a fan of like female identity and like girl toys since high school. At the latest, Chris has always been fascinated with maternal figures. He's always been a mama's boy. I think that Chris is a more genuine trans person than I think a lot of people give credit, and I think that a lot of actual recognized trans people are. Chris was also the first brony. He had a fascination with My Little Pony before the Gen 4, which is the one that brought about all the bronies.
The first brony. He's the primogenitor brony.
He's patient zero for bronies.
Yeah.
His cancer.
Yeah.
Wait, so if you're the first brony, then what do you do? Like, I mean, what do you? There's no community, right?
You play with My Little Pony toys, like a child would. Yeah, a lot. You have a lot of My Little Pony toys. You're just a fan of the show, and that was because of Megan, who is like one of his first main love interests, and one of the first trolling plans that he got caught up in involved him drawing a picture of himself like finger banging some chick in like one of his crayon drawings, and or marker drawings, and that got published, and people thought that the person he was having sex with was his pretend sister Crystal, and then he very loudly, defiantly protested, saying, "No, that's not Crystal, that's Megan, my friend from real life," which of course abruptly ended that friendship because he drew pornography of her. And just to kind of give
not
you
everybody's okay with that.
Yeah, not everybody. So just kind of give you an idea of like what capacity he's at and how he understands cause and effect and reactions and that kind of stuff. It eludes him to this day. And in the early 2010s, I want to say, I don't know what year exactly Bob died. Bob died a long time ago now. But around right before he died, Chris became a Tom girl. He began dressing in feminine clothing, but he had a streak of homophobia because his family was a deep Southern religious type. So he didn't want to be a homosexual, and his father forbade him basically from being a cross-dresser. But after Bob died, this progressed, and he went from Tom girl in the early 2010s to a female-bodied lesbian. Way before transgender stuff became like a social norm. It was more of like drag queen was still like, or a cross-dresser, tranny was still like an acceptable public term for transgender person when this happened. So it was a long ass time ago that Chris began to transition, and at that time it was sort of like a weird like freak thing, and now it's like a societal norm. So
Chris wasn't riding the wave of transgenderism, is what you're saying. Like Chris is trend setting, not trend following on this one.
Mm-hmm. Trend setting as a brony.
Always. Chris rarely follows a trend. Chris is always kind of doing his own thing, and I think that's why he's so fascinating. He doesn't really seem particularly concerned with what people think about him at any given time. For better or for worse. So that's part of what makes him fascinating to people, is just how little he gives a fuck about what people think when they see him in person, how they interact with him, when they talk about him online. He just does not care.
Okay, so I should do something here to let people know. This stream is tame right now, but as we start getting into the details, there's some pretty horrific stuff. Like if you around these current charges, and we're going to read what's out there, and we're going to play the audio clip that's available as well. I think audio. Yeah, there's some recorded phone call. So just so everybody knows, like if you don't bitch at me about this is a stream that is not for children. So there's real issues here going on, and sometimes real issues get really ugly. So we will confront the ugliness of those issues straight out. So just to be clear, because I just noticed we're talking about drawing pornography and finger banging and all of this stuff. It gets way worse than this, right? Like,
of course it does.
So yeah, it kind of gets worse after Bob dies. Bob kept that house together. He was a sound-minded World War II veteran, Korean War veteran, engineer, patent owner, who worked a good job his entire life, and sort of died in an agonizing, kind of mentally tormenting way to think about. He ended up cheating on his wife and his family with Barb, who's Chris's mother, and Bob, being old-fashioned, decided to move on and settle down with that family and try to right things by being the man of the house. And he died in a hospital bed covered in insect bites because his house is like a hoarder home. So that, I guess, that's sort of like the divine cosmic penalty for what he did. I guess you could consider it that way. He died really under horrific circumstances, and everything he set up in his life fell apart after he died. He tried to make sure that Chris had stability. He got him on Social Security disability. He had the house set up so that the mortgage would be paid off. And Barb took that and bought. Here's what Barb did. I want you to, just in case you want to admire how great she is with money. She's like a QVC shopper. She bought tens of thousands of dollars of absolute fucking garbage, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars. And if you don't know what consumer debt is, when you take a credit card and you swipe your credit card, that debt is unsecured, which is why the interest rate is high, because there's nothing that they can take. If you bankrupt, they're just shit out of luck. They don't get their fucking money back. That's what an unsecured debt is. Your house, your mortgage has a lower APR because it's secured by the property. So what she did is she took out mortgages on her home to pay off her unsecured debt, so that if they bankrupt now, 14 Branchland Court, which is where Chris lives, everyone knows it. I don't know if that's doxing or whatever, but that will be owned by the banks effectively. When she dies, there's going to be a serious issue regarding the inheritance of the house and the solvency of the state. So everything regarding the financial planning of the estate after Bob died has been completely ruined since his death. And my plan was that I would help Chris with. Actually, I'll save that for a bit.
We can talk about that.
Wait,
later.
quick question.
Yes.
Josh, what was his mother's mental state?
His Barb. Okay, let me take a step back before I answer that. A huge part of Chris's history has been finding a girlfriend since high school. A lot of the trouble he got into high school was trying to find girlfriends, and he had all these female friends who were kind of like you know how women would be in high school. They have like
it's like a teen movie that's lasted 20 years. Like the plot has been going that long.
Yeah, like they would be nice to him because they wanted to look nice, and he mistook that. Yeah, he mistook that as being like, oh, they're interested in me romantically, and that caused problems. And then that led to like him meeting Megan, the girl he drew pornography of at like a game store, and that fell apart. He got banned from the game store because he was making people uncomfortable. And then he went online to find girlfriends, and they were all trolls for 20 fucking years. They've all been various guys, or women pretending, women helping a guy troll Chris to get things like sex videos out of him and stuff. And that's been going on for literally decades at this point.
Wait,
yeah, so
he was shooting his own sex video?
Right. So that's kind of the other part of this story is that aside from Chris and the various questionable mental states that he's kind of rolled through over the past several years, and aside from his mom who has obvious issues going on, and aside from his dad dying, since Chris created this Sonichu character, right, there has been a dedicated group of people. I mean, obviously you're going to get some churn, but you've got this group of people who have been consistently watching and to borrow, I don't know, to almost borrow like a social justice-y term, kind of gaslighting Chris, or trolling for lack of a better word. So when he's trying to find a girlfriend, there's this community of people who are communicating with Chris all the time. And then someone will emerge as like a potential girlfriend, right? But it's a troll posing or a troll getting someone else to pose. And then they would use that as an opportunity to maybe extract a private video. Like, oh, can you send me nudes, right? Like my shirt says, send nudes.
Yes. Yeah, that's the gist. And as that went on, I think Chris kind of like didn't develop any kind of tool to actually deal with trolling. Chris's technique simply became withdrawn, to not talk to people, to not socialize at all. And I think that has severely damaged his mental capacity and his ability to think rationally. And from years ago, there has been talk about how Barb would ask him to like cuddle with her, and all this weird shit between them, like totally inappropriate between someone in her 70s and her son who was mentally handicapped in his 30s. But nobody really thought. People just, Barb is not a nice woman. By all accounts, Barbara Chandler is not a nice woman. I think Cole is her, like one of her other boyfriend's sons. She has like a bunch of like kids, a bunch of different husbands and shit. And Cole Smithy, Chris's stepbrother, has spoken about her and has said that she is a piece of shit, and that's ties into like how she's managed the estate and shit. Anyways, she has like a weird clingy relationship with Chris, and Chris has been isolated from everything with like no father figure for years, and apparently that has developed weirdly, which has led up to this year. And this started like in 2015 or so, I want to say, where we started hearing stories about how they were cuddling and stuff. Just to kind of give you an idea of where Chris is at mentally, and I'll talk about how she is. Chris currently believes that he is a god. Chris believes that he is part Sonichu. Chris believes
wait, what?
Okay.
He's part the character he created.
Yeah, he's retconned his own father. Bob is now Robert Chu. He says that Bob, his father, was half Sonichu, and Barb was also half Sonichu, which makes him a full Sonichu. And he's also a god.
So, okay, so one thing you've got to understand is that so Chris created this comic universe, right? And if I remember right, and Josh, correct me if I get this way wrong, but he believes in that it is a simultaneously existing alternate dimension, and that there's a dimensional merge that will bring our universe and the Sonichu universe together. Is that accurate?
Yeah. He believes that every single work of fiction in history has its own extant universe that is actually real. The Sonichu has a real universe. Simpsons has its real universe. Everything that he enjoys, which are mostly cartoons and things like My Little Pony, they actually exist in parallel universes where those fantasies are reality. That's what he says.
To give Chris credit, that's not like a unique thing to him. There's actually a whole school of philosophy that suggests that the power of like particularly creative works is in effect a creative work that generates an alternate dimension. So Chris is way deep into the, philosophical aspect.
Well, I think that's mostly inspired by an anime. I think during one of the trolling arcs, this very mentally ill person named Joshua Sockness, who was also an autistic person, got into like a thing where he would like have like erotic role play with Chris, and it put all these weird fucking ideas. And around this time that it started, Sockness and Chris both deny that Sockness made Chris believe that he's like a deity. But I think Sockness got him onto this anime, which is about like CPU goddesses and shit. And I have no fucking idea what a CPU goddess is, but there's apparently an anime where like all the different computers are like real, like anthropomorphized people, and they have different universes and stuff. And I think
a
lot of
Reboot.
I have no idea what it is. I know what Reboot is. That was a terrible show, but
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if that comes from that or what. I'm sure it's an anime thing because it's retarded, and anime is fucking garbage. No offense to everyone listening to this from Rakita's
maximum offense.
Audience.
Maximum offense.
Maximum offense, because yes, it is retarded, and it made this nice young man into a mentally ill drag queen motherfucker. Literally. So I was trying to word my
video earlier, my short video, enough, because obviously I'm trying to extract as much money as possible out of every situation on YouTube, because that's what it's for. So I tried to word my preview video for this in a way that would get it monetized, and I failed miserably. But I mentioned that, and someone in the comments says, just call him a motherfucker. I was like, yes.
Yeah, and that's what it's led up to. The accusation, basically this year, what I decided a couple years ago is that Barb started putting out videos where she was obviously unwell. She seems zonked out. She doesn't make coherent sentences very well. She's very slow talking, and everyone thought she's at death's door. She's not long for this world. However, contrary, I have heard from both Chris and from someone who actually knows Chris, one of the oldest trolls who has met Chris in person, that Barb actually fakes how she is on camera. So it's not just Chris saying this. I've heard from someone whose input I really value, that Barb pretends to be worse than she is because she knows that people will give more money to Chris if she looks like she needs money, she needs help. So I don't know how much of that is true. If you were to look at her based on the videos that she puts on that is put on the internet, you would assume that she is completely senile. But other people apparently claim that she's actually very put together. And I've heard that she's actually made moves to pay off her mortgages. Her mortgages are being handled now. So if she is where she is in the sanity meter, I have no fucking idea. But I do believe that she's going to die soon. Just looking at her, she doesn't look healthy. So I decided that I was going to try this year a little plan I've had kicking around. I would try to teach Chris some responsibility. A lot of people like his drawings and would like to pay money for his shout outs and his drawings. And he wanted to go to a BronyCon. So I said, aha, this is a perfect opportunity to teach the value of $1 to Chris. I put up a GoFundMe.
Hold on just a second.
Uh-huh.
So Josh set up a way to help fund Chris to go to a BronyCon. Is Josh a good internet dad or a bad internet dad?
He's terrible. Josh, why is BronyCon a thing?
Okay, well, let me, since you brought this up and since you're condemning me for this, let me tell you what actually happened in detail. Chris bought a convention ticket to a BronyCon. Chris lives in a state called Virginia on the east coast of the United States. This BronyCon is in Seattle, Washington, on the other side of the fucking continent. He has never flown before. And he tells me, oh, yeah, I'm just going to drive across the country and I'm going to sleep in parking lots. I'm like, Chris, your fucking car is 20 years old. It's never going to make it to Seattle. You're going to literally die in the Rocky Mountains trying to get this fucking beater across the country. Let me sort something else out. And I thought, oh, this is the perfect time to implement my little test.
Your master plan.
My master plan. Can I teach Chris the value of $1? So
now, okay, real quick, there's been some criticism out there of you for doing this because I don't know how to word it, but did you want to address any of this criticism? Because now people are saying, like, how dare you have provided something for this person who did this thing?
If Chris has had sexual relations with his mother, I did not know of this until I was added on my forum in a thread called Reddit Leaks Incest Audio Tapes. And I'm thinking, oh, fuck. Like, never brought up ever in any conversation. I've talked to Chris extensively this month, and it's just about the commissions and stuff. Though it was not stipulated in any contract, if I had been aware of any motherfucking, I probably would have avoided setting up a GoFundMe. I swear on my honor, my oath.
Well, there you go. I just wanted to, because I know if we don't at least address that criticism, that someone will be like, why didn't you address this? And it's like, well, okay, there we go. It's out there. You've answered it, and I won't probe too hard on it because I think we're gonna look into what the hell's going on with the audio and the screenshots in just a little bit. So, but I wanted to get it. It seemed like since you're talking about it, it's a good time. But can you go on with how that plan then unfolded?
Okay, so I think I started it right at the start of the month. And I just set up, or somewhere it was this month, I'm pretty sure, set up a GoFundMe. Send Chris to BronyCon. I say, Chris, what you'll do, put out the video and just say, help donate to my BronyCon, and I will give you guys drawings. So I set the price very competitively, $40 for a drawing, $40 for a shout out, $60 for a drawing and a shout out.
That's pretty fair for an internet artist.
Yeah, that's perfectly fair. I thought about the price for a while, and I thought I'll try this. It's see how it goes, and if it's. And immediately within 24 hours, $5,000. Chris told me to shut it off because he had 100 requests. And he didn't know. He didn't feel comfortable taking any more money. So I'm like, okay. So I shut it off at $5,000. There's about 100 commissions ready to go. Chris has been doing about 5 a day, every day, almost without missing a beat. And pretty much halfway, I think a little bit more than halfway over the list at this point. And everything is going great. All the shout outs got done. Most of the drawings are getting done. People are very happy with the drawings. No refund request, nothing of the sort. And then motherfucking, and it's like, okay, well,
Yeah.
no,
Okay.
no,
So
no good
I
deed
guess
goes unpunished.
the next question is, how much money are you taking as commission from this?
$0.00.
So you're not taking like an agent fee or anything like that? Or what about expenses? You taking any money for expenses?
No, I'm doing this literally from the bottom of my heart. Maybe if I set something up where there's like a website to do commissions, like I would maybe pay myself for my time. But for this is literally just a test to see if Chris could do it. I spent money for a plane ticket, and I've reimbursed myself for the plane ticket, and I'm going to have to send Chris the money for the GoFundMe. I was hoping to hold it until all the commissions were done. But seeing as things have developed and Chris no longer has access to Crayola markers and A4 paper at the time, just in case you're wondering, Chris is literally sleeping in a parking lot right now because he has managed his finances so abysmally. I guess he knew money was coming in, so he has negative $200 in his banking account. He doesn't have any credit cards because his credit cards are shut off because of his credit score. And I can't send him money in less than 3 days because it's a bank wire and it's the weekend. So literally, and there's like, I can't ask people to help because who's going to help Chris right now? So
Well, and there could be weird issues where even if you, like, let's say you got someone else to give him money and then you send money that's supposed to go to him to them, like, even if it's documented, that poses weird potential legal issues as well.
Yeah, I told Chris, I said, I'll send the money from the GoFundMe. What you were earning, I'm going to reimburse myself for my the plane ticket I bought, but you just got to give me time because I can't send it right now, and I don't have a PayPal. I'm banned from PayPal. All this shit. He's like, you just have to wait. So literally in a parking lot right now, and once the money comes in, he'll be in a hotel until. At least the 5th. The emergency protective order is until August the 5th.
Right. And so I don't know how emergency protective orders work in Virginia specifically. How they work in Minnesota is basically a temporary protective order is issued for a period of about 5 days, which it sounds like it's similar going on. And then you have within those 5 days as the recipient of the protective order, the person who is the restricted party can then request a hearing. But if they don't request a hearing to contest what's going on, they tend to enter in a longer protective order, unless the other person decides to drop it or something like that. But in this case, there's questions about the capacity for Barb to do that, I think, because she's not the one who requested the order, right? Like this was put on to protect her by the state.
The Greene County Sheriff's Department has apparently received more than 200 calls relating to Chris yesterday. So he received a door knock from the Greene County Police Department asking from the sheriff asking for a wellness check, general wellness check, and then several hours later, I don't know what the exact setup was, but Chris was given an EOP and told that he cannot stay at the house, and he cannot contact Barb until August the 5th. From what I understand, Barb was taken to a hospital for an inspection from the senior care people of Virginia Social Services, and that is all he knows and all I know.
Okay. So is there anything else we need before we hit these screenshots and stuff?
In terms of background, no, they've I guess I'll say this. When I first heard this, what I thought had happened is that Chris was talking to Chris has all these fucking people, and I try to tell Chris, and I told Chris that these people on Twitter, these internet celebrities who pal up with him and who are like YouTubers and whatever the fuck influencers, they're not his friends, and he has to be careful with this Discord that he's in. Be careful of any people trying to add you on fucking Discord because they're not your fucking friends and they're just trying to get shit out of you. Despite this, he confided in Bell all this information, or Bella this information, who he trusts outright because it's a woman. That's it. The profile of this person says male 45 looking for a sweetheart from the ground up. It's obviously like a troll profile, female voice. So he implicitly 100% trusts it entirely, to the point where after this came out, I told Chris, don't tell anyone. What the fuck are you doing? Don't talk to any people. Don't tell anyone this shit. And he tells me just a couple hours ago that he's still talking to Bella. I'm like, Chris, what the fuck are you doing? Like, do you not like? I don't think you I'll explain my frustrations a bit more just after the fact. But yeah, I'm just like completely blown away. It's like all it takes is a female voice to completely convince Chris that it's a person with good intentions, because he loves like women and femininity and trusts them so implicitly. And it's just utterly baffling to me. But
just like Drexel.
Yeah, Josh. When I hear a female voice saying anything, it's the Simpsons movie. Is that when Marge is talking to Homer and he's got the symbols are in his head, the monkeys, the symbols? But go on.
Okay. Well, if that's enough background, then what I think we should do, and I know people are going to hate this, but let's hit some of the super chats in case there's any background questions. I'm just going to hit the $20 plus ones for now, and we will read all of them eventually, or I will, depending if everybody's able to stay. That's up to them. But I'll read all of them eventually. But I want to get the 20s out of the way first, and make sure there's nothing we need to address, and then we'll play the audio clip and we will look at the screenshots of what's going on. The audio is 10 minutes, so that's going to be brutal. Okay. Puggernaut says, the fuck is happening today? Did someone solve the lament configuration and now Pinhead is here to show us the further regions of experience? Have the ruinous powers finally won? Has Cthulhu living up from the city of Rytley? Yes, to all of that. The timelines have converged into horror. Doocy says Chris Chan has ruined an entire category of porn for everyone. Oh no, stop it. Osmandius says Sneed. Laxmine says the season finale of CWC season 12 was really dark. I don't know where they're going to go after this. Someone asked, I saw this, I don't think it was in a super chat, but Josh, if Chris is put away in prison and is gone from the eye of the internet, does the Kiwi Farms end? Because that's something you may not know about this, Drexel, as well, is the Kiwi Farms actually started as a Chris Chan forum. Like that's kind of where the name comes from, in a real roundabout autistic way. Like everything on Kiwi Farms is a roundabout autistic way, but this particularly.
The acronym, just real quick, because I like this story. The acronym for Christian Weston Chandler is CWC. He pronounces it quick. So the wiki about him, CWCKI, is pronounced quickie. We were called the Quickie Forums to begin with, and then some like mentally handicapped people couldn't pronounce it correctly, and they said like Quickie Forums, Quickie Farms, Kiwi Farms, and it's stuck, and it's become the moniker since.
So that's where so even the Kiwi Farms, even the most notorious bastion of ADL enemies that exists, the enemy of the state of New Zealand, exists because of Chris Chan. Like Chris Chan literally has the power of godhood over the internet. He's created bronies, he's created trannies, he created the Kiwi Farms.
True. It's all true.
He's now normalizing incest. This is trend setting. That's what's going on in real time. Like Thanos. But slower. Okay. God damn it. Bald Giant says Chris Chan just got the ultimate curse Yamea dementia riddled grilled cheese. Let this be a lesson. Never drink your own sperm. That's a good lesson.
Oh yeah.
Wait, did that happen?
Yes, he drinks all his own sperm. He calls it recycling.
All of it?
Pretty sure.
So it's not just like, it was like a dab, like, I tried it one time, like some internet weirdos do that, right? Like, and they talk about it.
No, he
like
mixes it with
guy,
Fanta.
Ron Toye, who did that.
He mixes it with Fanta like he's like a mixologist at a bar, and I think And I think he freezes it too in case he wants to like cry. I think the idea is like you cryogenically freeze sperm so that you can do like in vitro and shit. But it's just in the fridge.
Wait, let me get this straight. So he's drinking. Wait, let me get this straight.
Come on.
So he's drinking man juice, baby gravy.
Mixed with Fanta though.
Mixed with Fanta.
Yeah.
Why? Why would you
sterile
do
and I like the taste.
He doesn't want to waste any of it.
That is, oh God, that is horrifying. Thank you. I see, even I get to learn new things from time to time, and I hate every second of it.
I'm gonna drink this water. It's just water.
If you want to start drinking tonight, let me know. Like if you want to take it up as a hobby, we can arrange that. Okay, sorry. Oh, Bald Giant. Wait, I read that one. Loric Project says, "Hi Nick. Hope your night is good. Just watched the best Nicolas Cage movie, Willy's Wonderland. I've heard good things about it. I have. I don't believe any of them, but I've heard them." Let's see. Marneus Calgar says, "This is a significant live stream. Nick is part of Christery now." Christery?
Yes.
Uncivil Law says, "Please love me." Oh, I do, man. Great Loner says, "I cracked open some wild turkey due to this. Let's enjoy this misery together. Enjoy the infamy of Chris Chan." E1337 Neo says, "Drex, if you want a TLDR, check out Frederick Knudson's Down the Rabbit Hole video on Chris Chan."
That is on the TLDR. That is 60 parts long right now.
That's 60 parts of internet documentary.
God
If
damn.
you want this story in its entirety, check out Geno Samuel 2.1's 58-part comprehensive history and grab a Snickers. Mithrin Emmer says, "Chris Chan's story is a true tragedy of what can happen when a mentally unstable person has unfettered access to the internet. Other people allow the darker sides of their nature to control them, and the two intersect." Superhaven says, "Null, would this be the end of Kiwi Farms if Chris gets locked away or passes on? I hope not." Oh, yeah.
No,
so there it is.
I never answered that question. No, Chris's board has actually been very small compared to the rest of the site for the last few years, just because not much has been going on.
Yeah. And Superhaven, he follows up with, "I love how this is a channel about law and you guys are talking about dimensional merging." Oh, don't worry. We're getting to the legal issues. We just have to preface our way in. Pirate Skeleton says, "I recall from Megan and she came for Quick as an excuse that he drew the image to control his urges. Otherwise, he might implying assault. Seems he's always had poor impulse control and an inability to respect boundaries." Anything to say to that one?
I'm not sure. I think the issue is that he's like,
Chris.
yeah, I last had a phone call with Chris like in 2018, but we've had one and all. Like he messages me out of the fucking blue, just completely random, and says like, "Hey, I bought a ticket to Seattle and I'm driving there in my van." Just like after months of not talking to me, and that's like the cycle. I tried to help Chris a couple years ago, and I gave up on that because there were like 4 different people in like different groups trying to like control his attention, and I got sick of dealing with it. That was actually during the Joshua Wise stuff when he was being extorted for cash by people saying that they were going to blow up Chris's
This is how I learned the majority of what I know about Chris, was because this is back in 2018, right? I was doing a series on Russell Greer because Sriracha introduced me to Russell Greer, and then there was a lot of requests to actually do the same thing we did with Russell Greer's book to the Sonichu books, and we never did that because a lot of people have done basically live read-throughs of the Sonichu books, so I never ended up doing it. But there was a point back in, I think it was 2018, where Chris is being extorted by people. Because remember, he believes that the Sonichu universe is a real thing. And there were people threatening to cause harm.
It was to destroy Quickville, which is where he is mayor in the Sonichu universe, with a death laser on the moon. and he believed this threat so seriously that he actually gave money he really needed for other shit to these people, and they spent it on fun. They had here's how great smart these people were. Joshua Wise had Chris send video games and Nintendo Switches to his house.
Wait,
So
wait, we mean switches, plural.
Yeah, he
like
was extorting him. I mean,
yeah,
he was,
it was multiple people that got shit from Chris in terms of like video games and consoles.
so like again, this doesn't excuse anything that Chris may be up to that we're gonna get to, but there were people who know that this guy has what we'll call a weak or impaired perception of reality, and we're exploiting that to extort money. So then when that happens, people were asking me, like, is this extortion? What is it? So that's when I kind of got the crash course into the Christian.
So then what is Gale?
Gale is something completely different than Chris. Like, they're not connected, I don't think. We're talking Church of Gale, who you're familiar with as well, right, Josh?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not connected. She's not connected to Chris in any way, right?
No, I think except the trolls. The people from the Quickie, when Chris started to wind down in terms of content, they branched out trying to find the new Chris, basically. And Gail was one of those people. I think the people that originally set up the Quickie are still involved in Gail's life to this day, and they show up to Thanksgiving dinner with her.
Cinema Queen, you don't want to know what the Church of Gale is, but if you do, you got to watch Drexel and I and Az and I's video on it. Joseph TX says, why doesn't someone just buy him a hotel room for 3 nights online and put the booking in his name? Expedia, etc., allows for third parties to book him.
Who's going to do that?
Room. Yeah, no one wants to because of the allegations that, and you'll see, like, these aren't just random allegations. There's some evidence to back it up. So no one wants to help him right now. And, you know, no one should be compelled to either. And
to be honest, I probably could do that, but I think that a night under the stars might inspire some self-reflection at this moment.
Invader Cool Studio says, happy Friendships Day, Rackets and gang. I've recently had a good friend of mine pass recently. Ooh. So in her honor, I'm drinking some margarita and eating some popcorn because it's been a hot minute since I've checked the Chris lore. ASO says, can you add a 24-hour sub to remove spammers? I added a 5-minute one. That should take care of most of it. Matrix says, deleting viruses is my specialty, and people who hate reboot are the deadliest virus of them all. Prepare for deletion. Guns target Ricada Law. Hey, don't target me. Target Josh. I didn't say shit about reboot. When they came back in the future, that was the best part of that show. Clown World says, insert Fanta theme song here. No. Rigsby says, used to, oh shit, where'd we go? God damn it. Used to work at Walgreens. A pregnant lady came in, hit on me, gave me her number. I lost the number. Weeks later, she comes in pissed and tries berating me into buying her groceries. Gave lost number again, lost number again. The asterisk says, damn you, I'm going to have nightmares involving the old Fanta ads with the dancers now. 1.21 gigawatts says, what are your opinions on China threatening to nuke Japan? Well,
do it.
The last nuke produced anime, so be cautious with what you do. Captain Scoop says, so Ricada and Drex, how much has your faith in humanity gone down since you've learned about Chris Chan and his going-ons? Look, I've been on the internet a while. My faith is pretty ruined already. What about you?
Mine was already long done before I got on the internet.
Yeah. EGP Production says DSP outlasts another one. Pled the fifth, sent a message, but Google yeeted it probably. Crazy Dav says, me and a few friends are watching currently. We were going to interview him a while back on our podcast, but never mind. I have one question. What the dog doing? And do you think the I Forgore meme is funny? Because I don't. What dog? Do you mean on my shirt? It's eating noodles. My shirt says send nudes. And it's a little fox or whatever eating noodles. I don't know if that's what you mean. What is the I Forgore meme? Do you know, Josh?
I Forgore? No.
It looks like I forgot maybe, but I don't know. Albino Husky, this is the last one, says, I woke up tonight to your video about this. I'd like off this ride now. I'll buy a house with my Virginia home loan and wait for the Alphabet Boys. Okay. Well, I guess it's time to get into this thing. Should we read, as the expert, should we read first or do the audio first?
I would like you to read first because I need to go to sleep. I haven't slept very much. So the audio is 10 minutes long. I have not listened to it. I don't think I can listen to it. I have an idea of what's in it. So I think you guys will be on your own from that point on. I don't mind. I've read the text. I'll read through those again.
Okay, we'll read through the text and then we'll bid you adieu, and then we'll do the audio.
I would actually like to ask a little bit of the legal stuff before you move on.
Yeah, we can do that too.
Okay.
Let's read the. Hold on. So let me pull this up so I can actually see it too. Make it a little bigger. Yeah. A lot of things are going to get bigger when you read this, guy. I'm just kidding. That's horrible. Ew. Okay. So these are the messages between Chris Chan and do we know who is uploading these? Like, do we know the source?
They're from someone named Bella, or it's directly below the things, the names of the person, who he's talking to. But he thinks that Bella offered some sort of explanation about how they got leaked, and he fucking bought it. And it's like, Chris, you fell for this literally 15 fucking years ago. How have you not progressed past this point where a troll can fuck you over and then say, oh, I got hacked, and then he just believes it? It's like, come the fuck on, dude. You got to learn something at some point.
Yeah. Well, I guess, how should we do this? Do you want to read them? Should I read them? I can read them.
You read them, fucker.
Okay. I signed up for this. I will be the professional. These are the words of Chris Chan, and there are no messages in between. Again, look, I don't believe in trigger warnings, but this one needs one. Every trigger warning in existence.
Have you read them before now?
Yes.
Okay. There's one part I read them. I read them on my stream, and I went into it with a vague idea of what was in them. And there was one part that I literally had to stop and like swallow my vomit because I was repulsed by it so much. I'll point it out to you.
Gross. I'm not gonna lie. All right. Whew. Okay, this is the tough thing. And by the way, guys, lawyers actually do have to do this in court on these types of cases. They will have to read transcripts. They will have to highlight parts of messages. So welcome to the profession. Just going ahead and sharing this with you, fresh experience. We're starting at the top on the strictly confidential, just between you and I. So yes, Barb and I just had another romp in the hay and an extensive cuddle.
Wait,
Barb
Barb is the mom. So who's this texting?
Chris. This is Chris sending these messages. So these
to who?
To this this troll persona named Bella. 10th Anonymous or something like that is right. It's right down here. Yeah, 10th Anonymous is the person. So they've got a conversation going with Chris, and Chris is sending them this stuff. All right. Are you all caught up now? So this is from Chris. There's no messages from the other person. This is just Chris.
So that's the reason why I asked, because I don't see a response to anything. I just see a long thread.
Yeah, there isn't a response.
What probably happened is that here's what I got surprised by is that I'm aware that Chris has had a genuine physical relationship with a woman in her 50s who has kids. And that has been kept secret. That's all I was aware of. And I thought when I heard this leaked out, I thought what was actually happening is that Chris was lying about sleeping with his mother because he thought that would be less bad than trolls knowing that he had a girlfriend. And that is something that is, I think he has done before. He's admitted to a worse crime than what the actuality of the event was, because he didn't want trolls to know about it. And I thought that's what happened.
All right. So back to I love watching your brain break over the internet. Like, you're like, because you came into this internet thing, you're like, I've seen some shit. And like, that's you. You're like, look, these hoes out here. I've seen bunkers busted. I've seen snack trays. I've seen cucks for days. I've seen Gatorade going every which ways. And then you never knew there was degeneracy like this. You thought you had probed the depths, but my friend, you just dipped a pinky toe in.
Look, man, at fuck parties and degeneracy, fuck shit in the streets, no one's getting with their mom, man. There's rules to degeneracy
that you know of.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
That's true.
God damn.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so back to this. And what they've done, just in case the chat doesn't notice as I scroll by, there are dots to show where the conversation moves between the screen caps. So they organized it for us. And again, I don't see any messages. So they may have deleted some, but I think Chris doesn't respond to anything. I think he was just going stream of conscious on this thing. So, okay. So back to here. Tonight, I started looking into a more consistent pattern to my massaging, and I took the input and focused on getting blood flow into the groin area. I took the input. So to me, that tells me this person was giving them advice on maybe how to make another party horny, right? Do you get that, Josh?
I'm not saying shit.
That's what it seems like they're trying to do. If they're trying to focus blood flow into a groin area, the idea would be to add that that's a stimulative part of sexual arousal.
It does
increase blood
flow. It does feel like there is some feedback going on when he recounts this.
Yeah, and I missed that on the first part. I took the input. So it seems like maybe this person was coaching Chris on how to do this, which makes this person even more disgusting to me. But that's between them and God, I think. Before tonight, I did not really have a set pattern in the massage, aside from feet and legs, followed by hands and arms, the face, front torso, and then a rollover for her back. I have found a more consistent method that works between the legs and arms, but I was inconsistent in the hands and feet. Anyway, up to here. Also made another attempt at rubbing her vagina. Externally at first, then slipping in between the lips and rubbing the inner labia. Then she told me to stop. She's getting more used to being played with down there by hand. Would you believe...
This is the mom the whole time, right?
Yeah.
I thought you said the mom was normal.
No.
Well, normal-ish. Like she wasn't crazy.
That's the thing, is that she presents...
She's faking crazy, right?
No, she's playing up the crazy. Playing up the... actually, I think playing up the elderly bit, right? Or the asshole bit.
She puts up that she's like genuinely out of it, and people speculate she has dementia. But on the flip side, I think people who work with the elderly have said that her symptoms don't click with what they understand to be like a dementia patient, and that there's like a conspiracy that she's more whole than she puts on. And but I mean, she's been cuddling with Chris and stuff for years. So even before she started getting really bad, they've had like a really inappropriate mother-son relationship.
You know, if this were a movie, Chris would just be normal and murder a bunch of like teenage girls or something.
Yeah.
Like that's how this relationship would turn out.
Agreed.
Like
Norman Bates.
He would staple a picture of his mom's face to the girls that he murdered or something. Like that's how this should play out. It would be called like hideaway Bible camp or something. Okay, so the next one is we're here. Would you believe she has literally never ever masturbated in her entire life? And obviously those out of the 8 guys counting Robert Shue before me, that's his dad, were not hitting her G-spot as much with their cocks. Oh God, fucking damn it.
The Robert Shue shit makes me angry. He calls his dead dad Robert Shue. He's like infected the memory of his father with this shit.
Yeah. I had attempted the first night to rub her in there. I found her spot, but it hurt her. But alternatively, I did find that at cunnilingus. I was good at it with my tongue.
That's the part where I threw up in the mouth.
Yeah, that's really fucking foul. Everything about this is really, really foul, but that is particularly disgusting. And I did also stimulate her clit. That does not seem to hurt her as much, but she still has a limit with that spot as well. Anyway, we're making progress. And when we cuddle, and this actually impresses me more, we're going to move down here to this spot where they set up. I literally feel our souls bonding and coming together as one during that time. Damn, it feels so good when that happens. And we talk a good while as well before she heads back upstairs. I've been sending her meditation tracks to stimulate her brain and bring back some of her youth, and the results do show most splendidly. I'm so proud of her. And we're going to move right here, guys. And from her story she told me tonight, she even remembered a fun story that involved her daddy from when she was 2 years old. 2 years old. That in itself at her age is massively good. She has had memory problems at time beforehand, yes, but she is doing better or being better stimulated in her mind and soul, and it really shows. Her mental processing speed is even going back up. She feels this and has told me so herself. We're here now. And I'm so happy and content that I am able to help her out like this. And it helps me as well because of the experience and the education and learning. Oh,
Yeah, that last bit, he's basically saying, like, now that I want to practice. I need like a practice girl.
Yeah, he's using his mom as basically like a sex doll, right? Like a.
Well, he's had those before too. He wants the practice girl.
Okay, so fucking goddamn it. Playing mildly devil's advocate, and I do mean very mild. Do you remember the story of the dad who had a completely handicapped son? And like this thing hit like a bunch of headlines about a year, 2 years ago, where he talked about how he would jerk off his mentally handicapped son. Do you remember that? It's like an Iranian dad or something like that. Josh?
I do remember vaguely the story.
And the dad justified it as like, well, he was helping out. He was doing this thing, providing him the release or something, horrifying. Is that what Chris is doing here? I don't know, man. Like you got to ask the question, I guess, but fuck me. This is disgusting.
Okay. I will relay a post I remember saying in the thread. Someone said that the elderly are very horny, and it is not uncommon for dementia patients to develop sexual attractions to family members. And someone who worked with senior care said that. So I don't know. That could be somewhat related to it.
Guys, because like reading that in the light most favorable to Chris, which is not favorable, but it's weird that he follows it up with this stimulating her mind and memory shit and like trying to, right? Like that's the weird piece of this text message puzzle.
Yeah. I mean, well, that's a part of his whole like persona now. Chris is someone who is very spiritual, and he buys like I know that he buys like a fuck ton of like gemstones and shit from like online stores and stuff, and he does tarot card readings and like he does all sorts of weird shit like that. It's like hippie new age shit.
Do any of them give immediate stage 4 cancer? Like I don't know, man. This is really fucking gross.
No. You're stuck. You're just stuck.
Okay. Well, all right. Now that horror show is over. So that's the text messages. So the text messages plus the phone call, which we'll listen to once Josh departs, are, I believe, were they, do you know, were they submitted to the sheriff? Like, is that how this happened?
Yes. Yeah. Like I said, the police department of Greene County has received like 200 plus calls in the last day regarding the welfare of Barb.
So I'm assuming this is neighbors and stuff, right?
No, people on the internet.
So internet people see what this guy is saying to his mom, and then they call the cops in his area to go see about a wellness check on mom, right? Barb.
Yeah. This has happened before. The police are very familiar with Chris. I think they get called over there at least once a year. The house has been set on fire in the past. They know who Chris is. They definitely know. And they're over there all the fucking time for various reasons. And this time they got completely slammed because this thing hit Reddit like really, really early in the morning. And then everyone there was like, I'm going to call the police like right now.
Okay. Well, let's you had some legal questions. There were a couple more chats that came in that I want to hit. 4 of them real quick. Some of them are directly for you.
Sure.
Laxmi says, one last thing before my mother turns off my MasterCard. Could you tell my brother Kirby to step back from the edge? It's 2021. It's okay to be brown. Okay. Step back from the edge, Kirby. It's okay to be brown. Jorge Luz says, null, honest question, purely out of curiosity and no judgment here. If you yourself agree Chris is a legit trans woman, why do you still use male pronouns with them? I'm curious on your perspective on that issue.
Well, even the most legit trans woman is still a man.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Even the most legit trans woman is still a man. I don't.
Oh, okay. There you go.
I think Chris is like the most trans, like valid trans I've ever seen, but that's too bad. I use they in polite company, but this isn't polite company, I guess.
Yeah, and I agree, right? Like there's biology, and that's what determines whatever. Like if people want to have their pronouns and choose their gender, that's something that their friends can choose to humor or not, in my opinion. But this idea of compelling people to believe in what is not true is weird. Mandalorian 17 says, agreed, anime is degenerate, lol, true. Voice of a Free America says, this is sadly nowhere near as bad as some shit I've seen interneting in the boomer times. Remember 2 Girls, 1 Cup. Yeah, but the trick with that is that was not real.
Yeah, it wasn't real. Everyone watched it,
What?
though, right? Yeah, Josh, I was kind of heartbroken too, right?
I don't believe you. I genuinely don't.
Yeah,
It's
it wasn't
gotta
a
be
real
poo.
thing.
What?
Yeah. Wasn't it like, it was something, wasn't it like ice cream or something?
Chocolate ice cream or something. So does someone in the chat know? I'm pretty sure it was ice cream, right?
But it came out of her butt.
Well, look, a lot of things have come out of a lot of butts.
She still ate it.
That's true.
I guess that's less nasty than shit, but that's pretty.
Yeah.
Wow, that fucks up my whole day. It's the worst thing I've heard all day.
Oh, someone put fudge. Fudge.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Not ice cream.
It's weird. Faust Meth Manga Aesthetic says, null, if all this is true, are you going to continue to help Chris?
I don't know. I'm still very much in a process of like just like thinking about it. Like it really hasn't sunk in yet. I kind of feel like I'm in a third person right now when I think about it. It's like it doesn't feel real. So I'm gonna have to it really depends. I legit, if it's all like kosher and she consents to it and shit, like I don't know. If it's real, like I don't know. So I don't know. I can't give an answer to that because I need to know more than what I currently know. It's not a hard like no though, because I'm not like a moral arbiter. What matters to me more is that does Chris listen to advice, and does he fulfill obligations? That's what matters. I will try to help Chris be an adult if he's willing to listen to advice. And I've given him a bunch of advice in the last day. And I told him about what police are like and what his rights are as an adult in this country and what he can expect. And, if he chooses to listen to me and listen to my advice, then that is a good step forward. But I really don't know. I really have to like sit and reflect and come to Jesus and ask Jesus, like, Jesus, what do you think about this whole motherfucking stuff? And try and figure out what my position will be once the dust is settled, because it's still like I just got hit with a brick and I'm concussed and I have to think about it a bit.
Okay. Well, that's gross. Still. Wait. I don't know, man. That's fucking awful. I don't know how you're supposed to manage all of it. So let's talk about the legal stuff. You said you had some legal questions, or legal discussion you wanted to get to about the stuff, about what's going on, right? So the allegation is incest. That's one of the potential issues. I think the other is sexual battery, right? Like the question is, did Barb consent? Does Barb consent to it? And then, is she capable of consenting is another question that I have. But what do you have?
Well, I mean, that covers it basically. Just like I would like to hear what you think the process is right now. Is this just like a reaction from social services due to pressure, or do they actually have like a concern? What's going to happen over these 5 days? Like, what are they evaluating at the hospital? Just in general, what the process is. And by the way, what you think the actual what they would be looking at, because from what I understand, it's a class 1 misdemeanor to have incest in Virginia, but particularly between a mother and son, it is a class 5 felony, which is apparently either, depending on the judge and jury, it's either treated as a class 1 misdemeanor or a class 4 felony, which has up to 12 years in prison. So theoretically, if this happened and the state pursues it, Chris is looking at 12 years in prison.
Yeah, so there's a couple questions that I will need to do extensive research to actually answer some of that. Like, but the law as written is this. It's basically what you just said. So here, I've got it pulled up on the screen. Sexual intercourse by persons forbidden to marry, incest, and penalties. Any person who engages in sexual intercourse with any person whom he is forbidden by law to marry is guilty of a class 1 misdemeanor, except as provided in subsection B. So that first person, remember, this is Virginia, and the law, the famous interracial marriage law is, or decision is Loving versus Virginia. So at the time that this statute was drafted, I would think that section A is probably in regards to miscegenation, and interracial relationships at that point, because up until 1967, I think, was Loving versus Virginia, blacks and whites were not allowed to intermarry in the state. And so this would probably have encompassed that specifically because the code, as you can see here, let me pull this up on so I can show the mouse. The code was created in 1950. And it was revised in 1975, 1981, 93, and 2020, and 2014. So, but they have this section here to cover the incest stuff. Any person who engages in sexual intercourse with his daughter or granddaughter, son or grandson, or father or mother is guilty of a class 5 felony. However, if a parent or grandparent engages in sexual intercourse with his child or grandchild, and such child or grandchild is at least 13 years of age, but less than 18 years of age at the time of the offense, such parent is or grandparent is guilty of a class 3 felony. So, I mean, it looks like, according to the letter of the law, he would be guilty of the felony aspect of it.
Yeah, he's guilty.
Assuming all of this is true, right? That'll be the question. And it doesn't seem to have a consent out.
No, if consent is an issue, then it becomes like a rape charge on top of incest. And it appears that, like, if the state wants to pursue it, regardless of Barb's statements, it doesn't matter.
Lots of times with felonies, they don't allow, depending on the state, but lots of states with felonies in particular, they don't allow the victims to control the prosecution, because sometimes the victims can be affected by undue influence from the abuser or the perpetrator. And so they don't want to allow them to let them off of a criminal act that is reported.
Mm-hmm.
So, the interesting thing, though, is if Barb consented, she is similarly guilty.
Yes, that's the other thing, is that she's also guilty. So I mean, in the law, if they charge Chris, would they also have to charge Barb if they think that she's competent?
They wouldn't have to, but they might. I think Barb's big defense is in Chris's text, though, where he said that she rejected it, right? At first, she asked him to stop. That I think that's one of the big concerns I had reading through those messages, is if she asked him to stop and then he kept going with other acts, they could interpret that as a refusal of consent and then a sexual battery from that point on. But the other question is, do you know if Barb has any diagnoses of like dementia or anything like that?
Mm-hmm. I don't think so. I'm not sure. I can't give an affirmative or negative to that. Although
Sure.
I will say,
I saw
if it
some in
is
the chat, so I wasn't sure.
If it is like a consent thing and she like completely rejected it, no, I will not help Chris. Just to kind of get that out there. Yeah, if he like raped his own mom, then it's like, sorry, but I can't help anymore. That's a little bit out of my pay grade. But I mean, in the GoFundMe, just to clear it up, I have to give Chris that money. I don't have as people are telling me I should take the money from Chris. And it's like, I don't have that option to take the money from Chris. I'm like a trustee of the money. I have to. I'm defrauding Chris if I take the money.
So Wolfgang says, according to that section, the child does not seem to be chargeable except by Section A. Section B deals with the parent. No. It says any person who engages in sexual intercourse with daughter or granddaughter, son or grandson, or father or mother. It goes to the kids and to the parents. So no, it does include both of them in there. If you missed that when I was reading, that's there. So here's the sexual battery statute. An accused is guilty of sexual battery if he sexually abuses as defined in 18.2-67.10. The complaining witness against the will of the complaining witness by force, threat, intimidation, or ruse within a 2-year period. Now, this one might require the witness to actually complain. So Barb may have to actually bring this sexual battery charge through her stuff. But if she's going to be questioned under the safety of a protective order, I mean, who knows how her answers will come out at that point, right? Like, there is this weird scenario where Barb believes that she's beholden to Chris or whatever. Although from what you describe, it doesn't sound like that. It sounds like Barb is symbiotic with Chris.
I can believe
victim.
In equal amounts, all three of these scenarios. I can believe that it was coerced. I could believe that Barb felt sympathy towards Chris for having been like such a bad parent or something. And I can believe that it was a symbiotic thing that she brought on. I can believe any of it at this point. I'm not even leaning to any particular instance as true. Yeah.
So this one, it looks like under this Sexual Battery Act, you need to have a complaining witness.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like Barb would actually have to raise that complaint within 2 years of the act occurring. That would be on her. Doesn't look like the state can bring that without. And that's probably to ensure that the state is going to have a cooperative witness in a very, very tough case. Sexual battery often happens between two parties in some level of privacy. And so you need to have a witness to go through with that. So that's likely why the bill is drafted that way. I'll have to look further into the enforceability of the incest law. My concerns. Now, this has been amended several times and is still on the books as late as 2020. So I don't think Loving versus Virginia is out there. I don't think any court has ruled incest to be some sort of constitutional right that is unconstitutional to punish. I think we would have seen that headline somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So I would imagine that this is still prosecutable.
This is the case, Nick. This is going to the Supreme Court. Chris is going to change
all the way.
Chandler v. Commonwealth.
Baller opinion.
Oh, God.
Thomas will be joined by a non-retired Breyer, Sotomayor, Kagan, and Roberts.
Actually, I think that Chris, I don't know if Chris has actually legally changed his last name to Sonichu. I think that Chris wants to be called Christine Weston Chandler Sonichu now. So it would, the Supreme Court case would actually be Sonichu v. Commonwealth of Virginia.
Oh, what a disaster. No, but so I'll look into it. But from what I can tell from the amendment history, this looks like it's still enforceable. The only thing I could suggest is that maybe the courts would have looked at this and said, but I don't think so, that consent would nullify the crime in some way or mitigate it. I think how they deal with that likely is going to be at sentencing rather than at charging. So I think what they're going to say is, look, you did this. It's a class 5 felony. We're going to look at your criminal history and we're going to look at the aggravating factors. So aggravating factors in sexual assault crimes tend to be things like, does the person have particular power or control or a position of trust with the other person? Now, if Barb were to come out, or if they were to come out and make the case that Chris is Barb's caregiver, then they say that Chris has power and control over Barb. And that especially if Chris is the sole breadwinner of the household, then I think they may get to some sort of aggravating factor there, which could impact sentencing very negatively if they decide to charge this against Chris. But a lot of this is going to be based on what they find over the next couple days while Barb is in their custody, right? They're gonna ask her about what happened, if she's lucid, if she's conscious enough. I think actually in a weird way, maybe the worst case for Chris is that she's not. That she does have some level of dementia and they have to go off of the information that they have. Then they get a search warrant for Chris's phone and electronic devices to try and uncover these messages. And then they go off of prosecuting with the messages. I can't think of a single jury that would look at this and go, no, this is fine.
Of course not.
Yeah,
None of this is fine.
No.
Like,
no. None of this
is she on SSI?
Someone asked me to take a look at one other thing, so let me do that before we go here. It's 19.2-303.6. So Virginia Code 19.2-303.6. Deferred disposition in a criminal case, persons with autism or intellectual disabilities. Oh, okay. So this is very interesting. Has Chris ever been diagnosed with autism?
Yes.
Okay. So let's see what this says. I have no idea. This is new for me. Okay. So deferred disposition in any criminal case, except a violation of 18.2.31, an act of violence is defined. What's this one? Okay, so that's not there. Or any crime for which a deferred disposition is provided for by statute upon a plea of guilty or after a plea of not guilty, and the facts found by the court could justify a finding of guilt. Court may, if the defendant has been diagnosed by a psychiatrist or clinical psychologist with an autism spectrum disorder, as defined in the most recent edition of the DSM. Whoa, shit. Sorry about that. Of mental disorders published by the American Psychiatric Association, or an intellectual disability as defined in 37.2-100, and the court finds by clear and convincing evidence criminal conduct was caused by or had a direct and substantial relationship to the person's disorder or disability, without entering a judgment of guilt and with the consent of the accused, after giving due consideration to the position of the attorney for the Commonwealth and the views of the victim, defer further proceedings and place the accused on probation subject to terms and conditions set by the court. Upon violation of it. Okay, so the idea would be that they would get a deferred disposition, which means that they would be found guilty, typically, and the disposition would defer the finding or the execution of the sentence for a period of time with a probation result. And so with that, then I guess as long as he fulfilled the conditions related to it. But it sounds like there's a lot that has to go into it. And what's 18.2.31? Aggravated murder. So sexual assault is covered under this. So if you could say my autism caused me to sexual assault someone,
then that's that, right?
Maybe. That might be it. They listed a lot of factors. They have to determine that it was caused by the autism, that the defendant says, look, I forgive them because they're autistic, and that they think that this deferment would be a good idea.
Yeah.
But would Chris would still have to go to like a asylum, right?
Sorry, what was that?
Chris would still have to go to like an asylum in this instance, yeah?
No, this would be just probation, a probationary release. So he would get a set of conditions.
He might still be on probation.
Like he'd be like, no same or similar, criminal acts, maybe no substance abuse outside of what is prescribed, maybe some mandatory therapy, mandatory checkups with a care provider, something like that. But it's theoretically possible for a probationary thing. And maybe I think the conditions where this would happen would be Barb said, yes, He did this. It's part of his autism. He didn't understand that I didn't want this, maybe. We have a very close relationship, and that would create a misunderstanding. She couldn't say I consented to it, right? Because that would be her admitting to a criminal act, which would be different. But I think if Barb were to blame it on his intellectual disabilities, and to say that, you know, that he was basically, based on her understanding, incapable of understanding that she was not comfortable,
of course,
with what was going on, that would be the way.
But they're not. Are they allowed to like coordinate a plan in this instance? Are they allowed to have like a lawyer like arrange? They're not married, so they can be compelled to testify against each other, right?
They can be compelled to testify, but if she just lies, or if she, like, let's take this the nefarious way. Let's say Barb recognizes the symbiotic necessity of Chris's internet persona, right? And thinks that this is the only way that she gets her gravy train. And I mean cash, not the disgusting man gravy.
I mean, I was just saying. God.
That's one of those out there possibilities. I think the reality is if Barb has any sense, she'll say, no, I did not consent. I was elderly and I was afraid and I was unable to deal with it or whatever, to save her own. Like, that's her best legal argument. Doesn't necessarily mean she'll do it, but that's her best legal argument. Because if she consents, then she should be charged too.
Yeah, it is a conundrum because they're both guilty. So there's like a lot of weird. My thing is, I don't think the state nor the county would want this to ever become a criminal issue, because what's going to happen? Virginia man has sex with mom. And I literally have this picture in my head that's like as clear as fucking day, like a photograph. I just see a new mugshot of Chris. Says Christine Weston Chandler Sonichu as the name, and then it says gender female, and then below that crime incest. And I just imagine this in like national headlines in China, and Chinese people are thinking like, what the fuck is going on in the United States? I see it as clear as fucking day in my head, and I don't think that Virginia wants that.
The other thing is, Virginia prosecutor says massive, like, weird internet celebrity. Virginia finally puts a stop to ongoing abuse of elderly woman. You know, like that's the counter argument.
You're the case.
It depends on your PR person, right?
the other devil's advocate to them actually wanting to pursue it is there is a possibility that Greene County wants this fucking family gone at this point in time.
Yeah, that is possible, but I don't think this is going anywhere. The internet has a hold of it, and they probably know that. So the other option is the lawsuit, or the headline: Virginia prosecutor drops criminal charges against internet celebrity having sex with mother, like with dementia mother or whatever. So that's the Mashable article that comes out.
It's a real catch-22, which literally there has to be someone two suit and tie motherfuckers up in Virginia sitting down at the table thinking like, which is the worst outcome of this?
Yeah, that's it. They're gonna be two like appointed officials. How do we handle this? The governor wants us to get this thing off his plate. What a fucking mess. Well, man, I got a couple more chats if you want to hang out for 2 seconds, and then I'll let you go if that's cool, unless you had anything else specific.
I do have one more specific question that just came up that I just saw. Okay, you're in my shoes, right? God forbid we switch places and suddenly I'm comfy drinking whiskey in Minnesota and you're in Serbia, right? And you're having to deal with my issues.
I would never be in your shoes, my friend.
The Everfree Northwest was the pony convention that Chris was supposed to go to. They've caught wind that that this happened, of course, and they've revoked his ticket to come to Everfree Northwest. So now someone has pointed out that the GoFundMe no longer serves the purpose of sending Chris to Everfree Northwest. What would you do? What is my obligation here? What do you think?
I would shut down the GoFundMe immediately.
It's already been shut down. It's been shut down for a while. There's not been any new donations in weeks.
Yeah, it hasn't been up long enough. So,
Well, I don't
hiding?
know, and if you don't want to answer, that's up to you. But I don't know if the money from the GoFundMe has actually been distributed out of the GoFundMe.
I have it.
Oh, so you have the cash?
Mm-hmm.
I personally, based on the situation, if I were you, I would contact GoFundMe and ask them if there was a way to recall the cash and have them refund the donors. That's what I would. I don't know that there actually is. It's kind of the way GoFundMe works, but I would. That's what I would do.
Yeah, that's hard because I mean, if I do that, Chris is really, really fucked. That would be the ultimate fuck you to Chris to do that.
Look, if I'm you, I'm not Chris's lawyer. I'm still not Chris's lawyer, but I'm not a lawyer with any legal obligation of representation or like any duty to Chris. You're a guy on the internet who helped him out and didn't know what was going on in the situation.
Yeah, but he's already like fulfilled all like a lot of the commissions and stuff. Maybe I should like only the ones that didn't get what they paid for.
Well, yeah, because I think that's a reality. Like those people paid for commissions that they won't get. So,
but what if Chris fulfills the commissions? I can send that motherfucker some Crayola markers and A4 paper. Everyone gets a special mom edition of what they requested.
No, hold on, no, Josh. I got a question.
Never that one.
So in one hand, you guys say that this guy is all autistic, blah blah blah.
Definitely is. Definitely
he's
is.
Texting, you know, although what he's texting is gross. What he's texting is still normal text. Not like you guys make it sound he's like debilitated.
Well, autism presents in really weird ways that can be super debilitating for some things. The inability to read social cues, the inability to understand what people are saying. Sometimes the inability to be verbally communicative, while they can still be textually. I knew a guy when I played EverQuest who was autistic in a way that made him unable to type coherent sentences, but he could speak normally. Like, so I don't know. That's up to the court, though.
Yeah,
that's up to the court and a lot of doctors to figure out if he's too crippling autistic to have made proper decisions.
True.
I don't know if that's the case.
It's yeah, it's weird because it's mostly his judgment is extremely bad. He because we have copies of his papers where he was diagnosed with autism from like his school days, and the doctor said that he was completely lucid. He's able to answer questions in a sensible manner, but he has serious social dysfunction, and he doesn't understand how he comes across, and he doesn't understand things like boundaries. Like he got into a trouble at one convention because he was really huggy with fans that would come up to him, and people complained about that. I said, Chris, if you like hug fans and make them uncomfortable, like you can't wash off sex pest shit. Like you'll never be allowed to go to a convention again. And then he went to another convention, and that one went okay. It was only the first one where there was a problem.
Yeah. So, well, I if I were in your position, that's what I would do.
Like maybe with Mignogna.
Damn it. Maybe with the caveat that the people who got their commissions, that money wouldn't be returned. But that's what I would do. I think that is maybe the internet ethical way to handle something. Like legally, it's up to you, right? Legally, the money is for the benefit of Chris and has to go to Chris if the money exists.
Yep.
So that's one thing I've seen a lot of people talking about, like, you can't send him the money. It's like, well, you can't keep it though. And the way GoFundMe works is they tend to distribute it out. So if they won't take it back, I think it has to go to Chris. I can't see how else it would work from the wording of the GoFundMe. Because I mean, I know the purpose was to send him to the con, right? But then there was subsequent language that said any excess would go to meeting other of Chris's needs. Is that
I
right?
specifically said that the first 1,000 was going to go to the plane ticket and the convention stuff, like making sure that he could buy stuff while he was in Seattle, and then the other 4,000 would be held by me in escrow until he for an emergency. I use the word emergency, and I think that the state, that my government would constitute this as a certified fucking crisis. But I really, because I don't know, like that, I like, okay, I could email. Yeah, I guess I'll like cover my bases and email them and say like, what the fuck do you guys think? And
They
see
may
what they
not take
say.
it back. Like, and they legitimately may not. The way GoFundMe works, most people don't understand this, and I laugh at a lot of people who accuse me of all sorts of stuff with GoFundMe. But once the money comes into GoFundMe, usually within about 48 hours, assuming you have the bank account information set up, it transfers out. And then if GoFundMe issues a refund at that point, they actually take the hit on the refund and either pull the refund money out of subsequent donations, or at worst case for them, they'll take an insurance hit on the refund. And they have very specific and very good insurance, actually industry leading insurance, on how they deal with those refunds for quote unquote fraudulent GoFundMe, even after the money's been distributed. It goes out to out of GoFundMe's pockets, and an insurance company reimburses them in those cases. So I don't know if they'll take it back, but I would do, for me, I would send it back. I would send an email to their support and say, hey, here's the situation. The money is still here. Can you guys pull it back?
Nope.
And then refund it. And if they say no, then I think you have to send it to Chris Chan, because I don't know what else you could do with it.
Yeah, I'm reading my emails because I've been emailed by some of the donors, and the people emailing me are well, okay, one person asked for a refund, and then 3 of them said, is it possible to get my order shipped out to me as soon as possible, because Chris might go to jail and I want it before he goes to jail.
Yeah, you gotta figure that one out on your own, man. I don't know. Like I said, I gave you my sort of thoughts on it, but it's gonna largely depend on what GoFundMe does. Like, because if GoFundMe doesn't take the money back, there's nothing you can't make GoFundMe take it back. And if you induce people to donate on this idea that the money was going to go to Chris, just because he subsequently does a later act that people disagree with, doesn't mean that you can change where the money's supposed to go. That would be theft by swindle, or theft by misrepresentation, or just outright theft, right? Like, in my opinion, I don't know how you could do anything else. You can't just donate it to a charity if Chris didn't consent to the charity. I guess the other thing you could do is you could talk to Chris and say, hey, are you going to fulfill these commissions? If not, if you're not going to do it, what charity do you want me to send this to? You could ask him. Maybe he has a decision there. That'd be an alternative option if GoFundMe won't take the money back.
Yeah, I'll email them. I want to make sure that they're not going to like just take money from my bank account. Like I say, okay, I'll send it to Chris, whatever. I'm washing my hands of this. And then they say, oh, by the way, we're going to withdraw this money from your account because we're going to issue refunds on our own. So I'll email them before I send anything else out. Yeah, I don't know. It's a hard one. It's a fucking mess. Now I've read through the emails. One person has asked for a refund, and everybody else wants their drawings as soon as possible, or wants to make sure that their commission's still being done. It's really funny.
Yeah. The other thing you could do with the bank is contact them and say, please don't allow any automatic withdrawals from this company without consent. Doesn't always work, but sometimes they can put a flag on it. So
okay, well, I'll look at that I guess next week, because it's a weekend now.
All right, man. I got a couple chats, a couple more 20 pluses if you want to stay for just a second.
Any of them directed to me?
Let me see. That one is, let's see. Yep. Yeah, there's like 5.
Okay. Power through them, please.
CBX says, if this text message receiver was actively telling or teaching CWC to do these acts to Barb, and in this state, did they commit any crime? CWC is taken to court. Could his lawyer say he's unable to know right from wrong? The first question, maybe. The second question, yes, his lawyer could argue that. He could argue that he's not competent. And then what happens from there is a whole bunch of options. Don Face says, doing CNA work, we had a client that got favors from his mother because they were more behaved after, not just hands and blows, full on cowgirl. And she left the room with a bigger smile than the son. I left for CNC work. Gross. Gross. Fred Rush
What?
MD says, Josh, I respect you for trying to help Chris out with the GoFundMe and everything else. Really sucks that he turned out to be a motherfucker. Good luck, man. So that one's directed.
I appreciate it.
Let's see. And
I've got to get to
Okay.
the chiropractor.
those are the only ones directed kind of towards you. I can handle the rest of them.
Okay. Well, good luck with the audio. Drexel may die at some point
But-
during it.
So Josh, you've never heard the audio, right? Is that
Oh
what you
fuck
said?
no! I'm not listening to that. Are you fucking? Are you fucking nuts? I'll read through the transcript later. I'm not. I know what is said in it. I know the gist of it, but I'm not fucking listening to that. I still have to deal with Chris, so I have to like protect
good
myself on
point.
some level.
Well, yeah. Good luck to you with that, Josh. I will. I'll let Nick know to let you know what I think of this degeneracy. He said it's 10 minutes of what? What's the nature of these conversations though? Who's he talking to?
You don't wanna know.
It's the same as the text messages, isn't it? They're just having a conversation about it.
Just talking about it. Just having a discussion, Drex.
So I'm getting locker room talk about how a dude is smashing his mom.
It's unlike any locker room talk you'll hear anywhere else in the world.
Oh, here's another fun one that I have to deal with now. If you don't know, if you're interested in collectible silver coins, I am striking a custom round of silver 1 ounce Troy silver coins at matattheinternet.com if you wish to peruse my wares. Interesting tidbit is that it features a profile of Chris on the reverse. So now they've not been struck yet. They're still in production because of COVID delays in Southeast Asia. So I am debating if I should just go ahead with this as planned, because the die for striking the coins is already made, or if I should do a last second fuck up and change the design. I legit don't know. I might email everyone who bought one and be like, do you do like a straw poll? Like, do you want to change it or do you want to keep it? And then just write it off as like a collectible and not do any more Chris shit in the future. Because that's like a genuine, like super hard question, because people already paid for all their shit, right? And they're waiting for the production to start. And I could theoretically interrupt the production, pay another $900 for another striking die for the coins, and just not do it. Or I could go ahead with what was already sold and pass it off as like a period piece.
Maybe you add Barb to it.
Oh,
I'll restrike them with Barb.
Maybe just add 2 legs like this and have Chris's tongue like this. Maybe you just do that. I don't know. I don't know what you do.
That's a bit fucked up.
Oh my God. All right, man. Well, hey, thanks for coming on and giving us this breakdown of the situation. I don't envy your position at all.
Oh yeah, this is fucked. I have like 4 different kinds of conflicting interests with myself, like head-on, like trains colliding right now. I'm just like, oh yeah, I guess I'll think about that next week.
Have fun with that, man. Well, hey, go get some sleep. Thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it. I know it's really early for you, so we're gonna delve into this audio.
great! You can hear my excitement, Josh.
Yeah, good luck with that. Take it easy. Happy Friendship Day. Happy Friendship Day.
Yeah, you too.
Definitely, you too, buddy.
Peace.
Bye.
Okay, it's just us now. How you doing? You look kind of tired.
No, I just feel horrible from.
What's wrong with you?
Well, there's the cats. I'm starting to finally feel better.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, because it was killing me. Your porn lights are killing my eyes.
They're hot. They're hot.
Holy
and they are
shit.
bright as fuck.
Yeah, it's like, I'm looking.
gonna
It's like
move them up onto those shelves. I think because I need the light coming.
the light
this
without
way,
the burn.
but they're too close.
Yeah, they're like burning. It's like, well, you know what it reminds me of? Eye fatigue, right? Like, do you ever see that show Bar Rescue? You ever watch that? John Taffer talked about, like the strobe lights, right? He said they actually like make you tired because that flickering causes your eye to fatigue. So I look at these porn lights, like I can't look up. So I'm like, my fucking eye. Every time I look up, these eye things just melting.
I do this every night for you, chat.
Oh my god!
You ever hear me complain about looking at light? Never.
Wait, are you going to complain about this audio?
I am going to complain about a lot of shit. Let me read a couple more of these chats
Let's do it.
that were here that I didn't read for Josh. Nico says, been a lurker for a while, first time super chat. Hey, thank you.
Nice.
Discovered how to catch and convict a pedophile, a guide episode this morning. And this tonight, got to get rope after this stream. Thanks, Nick. Yeah.
Ooh.
What you got to do is you got to follow up on the how to catch and convict a pedophile stream, because we interviewed the pedophile like the next day or the day after that or something like that. He actually came on and we had a discussion. That was the Tito saga way early on in the show. Great show. And you can hear Tito talk about being a chomo. Well, not actually a chomo, because he didn't directly molest anyone. He was just downloading the kitty videos. And hey, it's insight into the mind of someone who is very, very broken and pretty gross. Pretty gross. But not the worst guests I've ever had, though. Shockingly.
Who's worse?
You don't want to know. Eclipse Warlord says, unable to super chat from phone, but you did, though. Oh, I hop onto YouTube on my way home from dinner, and the first thing I hear about is about the special drink. Going to have to watch the replay to see Drex's expressions. Oh, that's the Fanta. Happy birthday to me. Hey, happy birthday, buddy. Don't drink
happy
Fanta.
birthday. I still don't know what we're doing with the whole fucking baby gravy inside of the fan. I don't, dude. Bro, here's the thing. They say he's autistic or whatever, right? Severely autistic. But why is he able to do all these things? So, he's crayons on a fake Pikachu.
I barely understand like autism diagnoses anyway.
Because the spectrum's so huge, right?
Yeah. Because like I remember like what Rain Man, right?
Yep.
Like, yeah, about $100. But see, he was a little weird, but he could communicate with people, but his perceptions of reality were just so warped, right? Like he thought everything cost $100. He had no concept of money, and stuff like that. So, but, okay, let's see. What else was there? Stormcrow 900 says, yes, Virginia man sex mom would totally be a legit headline. Our governor, lieutenant governor, and AG have huge sex scandals. They want to talk about anything. The Dems have screwed Virginia so bad. And then real quickly, this isn't 20, but I see it. Nick Naylor says, EverQuest didn't have voice. How did you ever even find out about the autistic guy could talk and not type? People met him in real life. This is back in the days. Internet meetups, man. That was a thing. Okay. There are a couple of justice chats I have missed as well. Let me grab those real quick. Big one from the Dragon's Treasure that I need to read. The Dragon's Treasure has sent a very large justice chat, and I'm going to read it. Here we go. I need to move this so I can actually read it. This is from the Dragon's Treasure. 1 year ago, Ricada surprised me by sharing my teas on stream, and I super chatted about our 5th year anniversary. That's his 5th year anniversary in business. This led to an explosion in my sales, so much that I had to revamp my entire business to keep up. My YouTube channel went from 180 subscribers to almost 7,000 now, with one video gaining over 1 million views.
Nice.
As good as my teas might be, it means nothing if no one knows they exist, and Nick gave me just the slingshot I needed. August 1st will be our 6th year anniversary. We will have 2 new teas and several different sales, including ways to unlock our secret teas, all of which will be detailed on Saturday by noon on our website and social media. 5% of all sales from all sources in August will be given to pay for Nick Ricada's rhinoplasty. Together, we will fix that cancerous growth once and for all. If I manage to break a record $10,000 in 1 month, I will even give feet pics. Disgusting. And of course, thank you all who have tried and shared my tea. Jokes and trolls aside, you've made me quite the happy tea man. That's enough fellatio. Back to the motherfucker. So there you go. That's from Dragon's Treasure. Guys, that's dragonstreasure.com, a haven for tea and anime lovers. Really great, high quality, hand cut tea and hand blended. So really like legitimately good stuff. I actually have some around, but it's not within arm's reach. So too bad. HP Lefty says, at the risk of being gay, I just want to say I'm glad to see Null on the show again after so long. Look, if his fucking his civil complaints would go away, like if those cases would just finally be dismissed by the judge, I'd have Null on more often. I just don't want to compromise his case, and I know people want to know what's going, or wanted to know what was going on with them, but we're just waiting on rulings for those, and then I will have him back on more. Okay. Are we ready?
Ugh.
This is going to be approximately 10 minutes long. I gotta do this in a very, very annoying and specific way. So apologies for this. Let's see, share screen. This one, audio. Here we go. All right, chat. Let me get the chat pulled up here so I can actually see it while we go. You guys ready? This is going to be bad. That's all I got.
So yeah, she's got really sensitive G-spot because apparently I don't believe Ethan, Mr. C, any of her past boyfriends and ex-husbands, they haven't really reached and hit her G-spot really in their dicks.
Right.
They were more focused on themselves really, as opposed to focusing on her, which that's my focus.
Right. Yeah, true. But at the convention, make sure to have a lot of fun with. Make sure to have push her, have a lot of fun with her, right? Because because now you're doing this for your mom. Yeah, make sure I'll be there. I'll be there watching you guys, making sure that nobody is trying to. Sorry, my throat. Nobody's trying to hurt you, do anything. I'll take photos of you too. The dance would be awesome. We can take turns. I'd like to dance with her too, and then you guys can take the slow dance or whatever. And
all the other
yeah.
Okay, let me just say something here.
The audio's terrible.
Audio's terrible, but fuck this lady.
Yeah. Goading?
Like, fuck this lady.
Yeah.
I think I got the echo fix, guys. Sorry, the audio on this is way louder coming through my speakers than I thought it would be. So, wow.
I mean, okay, so here's the thing. This is borderline coercion. This reminds me of like the Donald Sterling audio tape. But she's clearly like leading into these things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Real quickly, someone asked if I would slow the chat down. No, I don't enable slow mode on the chat ever. Sorry, that's just not how I do things. Okay, let's get back to this. That was this person can have something terrible happen. Holy fuck.
For the convention
right.
As well.
But how are you feeling, Christine? How are you feeling? Because I know there's a lot of societal pressure on you about, like, this thing with Barbara. There's a lot of societal pressure and a lot of people, consciously who would judge, and, there's a lot of eyes on you. It must be very stressful.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I can imagine. I'm so sorry about all that stuff, yeah.
Well, still still have Max Channing Brazil fans, but
you always have them. Okay.
The incest fanfics have come true and shit.
I didn't even know there was such a thing. I didn't even know there was incest fanfics. Were there about you and Barbara? I can't believe that. I didn't even think that. I knew that you guys had a good relationship, but I always thought, because I'm not huge on Christery and, whatever, I just thought that the whole Sonetry franchise was very interesting, and that's how I got into you when I was younger, right? But I didn't have any idea that Barbara was that Barbara and you had that sort of relationship. I never got any of those vibes. But how did you approach her?
Approached her with care and caution.
Hmm?
And it was a time approach. So I just gave her comfort and talked with her, and we just branched out slow and steady. And then I encouraged her positively, let her make the first move. She wanted to do it. And
She did? Really? She made the first move?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Wow, Barbara. How did she do it, if you don't mind me asking? What was the first move?
I don't remember exactly. Well, that was her first move, but my approach was. I forgot exactly what terminology and approach I used, but I approached with care and caution.
That's good.
And I was direct and upfront with her for the most part.
That's good. And how did she respond when you approached her? What did she say?
I don't remember exactly what she said, but it was I think she was partially confused at one point, but then she came around, obviously, with more approaching than I was doing with her along the way.
Right. So she got into it. How was the first kiss? You kissed her? How did that feel? Having known this woman for your whole life, how did
Fucking criminy.
It's like I have to really listen. Because the audio is because if you focus on anything other than like the words, you have to really lean in and absorb what she's saying. Okay, let's start with the fact that she's basically she's like that bad interviewer, right?
Yeah,
who leans into things, being like,
well, I think what's going on, if I had to guess,
that's a voice changer, first of all.
Yeah, and she's got a recorder.
Yep.
And she's got Chris on speakerphone. Yep. And so she's basically yelling into a recorder.
Yep.
And she's recording the shit that's coming out of a speakerphone. So that's why it sounds terrible. Just if you're going to record a phone call, get on a computer with a microphone, for Christ's sake, and fucking just record it through any number of audio recording softwares like that, or your phone. You just download an app that'll record the call that won't sound like you're screaming from Mount Olympus.
Yep. Yeah, she's trying to collect information on dude. It's very clear.
But at the same time, very, very disgusting. Encouraging this in any way is horrifying. This is horrible. Wow. Just fucking God, terrible. Okay. I needed a breather. I'm disgusted.
I feel.
Oh yeah, I mean it was simple lip to lip kiss contact, but yeah, it was actually good and it felt right.
When did you start having feelings for Barbara?
Obviously for a long time. I mean, I remember even mentioning some time ago in one of the videos that I even had dreams where I had sex with her, obviously.
Really?
So,
yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, that's right. The Oedipus.
Oh, Oedipus, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. How, if you don't mind me asking, I know that's probably personal, you have to answer, but how is the sex?
I'd say it was satisfactory. It took a while. It took a few tries
to. It took a few tries, yeah. She's older.
And plus, also, she's very understanding about the whole thing as well. I was direct with her, still direct and honest with her. I made sure that obviously, I'm never going to propose marriage to her at all because we're all daughter and mom.
Yeah,
propose marriage to your mom? So basically, this guy was courting. I mean, can we use that word in this context, Nick? I mean,
I don't fucking know.
In a twisted way,
this is awful.
He's courting his mom because when someone says "Hey Nick, how did you get in there?" You're like, "Oh yeah, I did," and you give a step by step.
Yeah,
but it's hey, when did you first start developing feelings for your mom? Fucking serious?
That should end. That question should be responded to with only a bullet. That should be the end of that conversation.
Courtesy of Ronnie O'Neill III
Yeah.
in Roblox.
Yeah. Those were shells. Those weren't bullets. Okay. So someone said,
Mother and daughter.
Shit. Someone said it's not encouraging. It already happened. Yeah. But again, from the text messages, right here in the text messages, it says, and I took the input and focused on getting blood flow into the groin area, which seems to suggest to me that the person was giving Chris Chan advice on what to do. And if that's true, there's not enough gas in the world for that person. Like, this should be immediately discouraged. There should be, that's not troll worthy. There's no internet justification for that. It's just over. All right, you ready? No. What's up?
I'm thinking about what I just listened to.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and push play.
You know, they say there's no stronger bond than a mother and her daughter. Sorry?
We've been doing it every third night, and the first night being on June 27th.
Oh, you have a routine. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, at least you have a stable relationship, because you know it's not going to end. Like, if anything happened, you'd still be a mother and daughter. It's not going to be explosive breakup, right? At least that's comforting. Yeah. So you said since June? Right.
It took us a few nights to figure out what made what go right and what didn't feel right. And
does your mother enjoy it?
Yeah, she's having a good time. By the way.
She is. She's having a good time.
Especially what we figured out.
That's good to hear. Do you guys act more like mother and daughter, or do you guys act more like, lovers? When, like, say you come home from, the supermarket and you see Barbara, do you say, hey, sweetheart, or do you say, hi, mom?
Yeah, I haven't called her mom in quite some time now.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, I'm more often calling her love at this point.
But you recently started dating Fiona, isn't that's true, right? In an open relationship?
Yeah, it's between Barbara and I, it is an open relationship, and I made that very clear with her.
Right. Is Barbara dating anybody else?
Not.
No?
Stop having
but
COVID.
She's fine with you dating other people, right?
Yeah, she's okay.
Do you guys go on any dates or anything romantic like that?
Well, not anything extravagant, but we do, as often as possible, eat at the dinner table together.
Yeah.
We haven't been able to do much lately because I've had to switch to a soup diet because after getting the crown, tooth.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, these things.
Right.
And plus, he's still trying to remember her inner child.
Right. That's true, yeah.
Well, but I'm encouraging her towards the positives, and
right.
Be like homemaker.
Yeah. Knowing you, Christine, I think that because I understand that she's mature, and she's mature and she's wise. She's wise in her ways. She has experience and she loves you, and you two have a great relationship. But wouldn't you want somebody who's younger, right? To keep up more with your energy? Yeah. A lot of time with your mom, like whatever you have left with her. That makes sense because, you don't know how long she has left. So you just you just don't want her to be lonely or anything, right?
Yeah, obviously. But I still would want somebody who was...
What are we listening to, man?
What the fuck is this? What is this? What is this shit? This isn't supposed to exist.
Dude. So, hold on. He's been arrested, right?
No. There's not been an arrest and a criminal charge. So what has happened so far is at this point, Chris has been served a protective order and ordered to leave the home.
And he doesn't have anywhere to go. That's why he's on the road, like living in a car, right?
Allegedly on the street. Who
Mhm.
knows? So Chris has left the home and they have taken Barbara to some sort of facility for testing and observation of some sort.
Mhm.
Probably going to test her mental capacity. Probably going to ask her questions about what happened. Did you consent to this? Whatever. Like, they're going to try and suss it out. So charges, if they happen, would come at a later time than this. Why do you ask? Why do you ask?
Why is this dude? So is he gonna blame all this on the autism? Is that what he's doing? Like,
Don't know.
because
I don't know. I don't know what he's technically speaking. If he's severe, like with if his autism actually impairs his view of the world, probably not. Right? Like he probably wouldn't. His lawyer might if he had a lawyer appointed or something like that. But it depends, I guess.
mm-hmm.
We've got a minute and 40 seconds
this dude
left.
up against the wall twice.
What about that? What about this caller? What do you think of her?
Okay, who do you think is worse? Because he has a certain level of disability, so you can kind of excuse at least some of kind of Gail, right? I'm assuming Gail is schizophrenic.
Yeah.
So if someone asks you who's worse, Gail or her fan club, the fan club is worse. They're exploiting her. So, wow.
I don't know what predates this phone call, but this person's encouraging this. On the other hand, the caller did expose this, right? They turned over these DMs, they turned over this phone call, and that led to stopping what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the status of the caller really, really depends on what happened before the sexual encounters with Barb. To me, if they were inducing it and encouraging it beforehand, yeah. If they're playing along for the call to try and get Chris to confess, maybe that was their plan.
That's what's. I mean, this is clearly like you said,
they're clearly trying to get information. But it depends on if they were.
Well, you guys say he's autistic. How autistic is this dude? Because anyone would know this, right?
Have you seen? I showed you pictures of Chris Chan. So the question is, and we won't be able to know this unless something else happens. But if Bella was part of a troll plan to get Chris to sleep with his mom, that deserves hell, the firing squad, burning at the stake, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
If they found out about it by happenstance and then just induced Chris to give as much information as possible, that's not that bad.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what the answer is to that. But he's declared disabled autistic. He literally believes that the world he created is real. Like not in an abstract sense, like in a real sense. He has a very altered perception of reality.
Mm-hmm.
So, fuck. Okay, we got a minute 40 left. Let's see what we can do.
Or close to my age, obviously. I don't know, maybe.
You don't want anyone who's younger?
Not too many others at this time, but I mean, obviously, with my affirmations, I'm attracting my twin flame, and we proceed towards it more slowly.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm paying the volume for I have a really bad ear because I got sick, like you can hear my voice. It's hard to hear anything at all, but I could hear you now. Go ahead.
Alright, so anyway, with the events and everything, and I was feeling like I really need a sexual release.
Mm-hmm.
And not too many individuals from this side of the arc were coming up to the plate right
Right.
here. So, and then everything was coming into good alignment, and
Right?
it was the signs were all there. And even Emmanuel, God just said it was okay, and God was towards it.
God said this is okay? Yeah, then you don't have anything to worry about if God himself said this is fine.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I gave lots of time for myself. I was like, okay, so I'll take a time for it. So.
But how did this happen? How did this come about?
Well, long which just mainly I was really, really horny, and I need the true and honest relationship to come about. So obviously, this was one of the best ways to do it, despite it being with the. And I don't want to believe labels at all, but I mean, obviously.
Oh, thank God.
Okay, so there's more of that conversation that apparently was not released.
Clearly, there's more.
Fucking hell. So what were you going to say just a second ago?
I hope my train of thought was completely derailed. There's so much wrong with the whole thing, right? Like,
What a fucking disaster.
I don't know what to call any of this.
Lord, I'm sorry for everything that I've done because I must be in hell listening to that. Yeah. I don't know either, man. This is insane. Like, this is actual legitimate.
Even like the crazy stuff that we heard and stuff was like at least normal. Like even the Gail was funny, right? Like, haha.
Gail just falls bait. She's schizophrenic.
Yep.
And then people use that to get her to say silly things. They get her to say like crazy stuff or racist stuff.
Yep.
It's like, haha. She doesn't realize that
no self-awareness.
Right. She's making fun of the Jesuits or whatever. We've convinced her that the Jesuits are an evil order of murderers, and that's funny. That is kind of funny. But this is different. Like, this is resulting in real harm, like real legit harm.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. That's fucking gross. I don't know how you reconcile it. Like, I can't. I got nothing. I can't see encouraging this.
Nope.
Like, because whatever happened, somebody, maybe even two parties, were legitimately harmed by this. Like, Barb definitely is being taken advantage of. Even if she consents, I don't care. That's consenting based on her weird relationship with her son, which should be put down like a dog with AIDS, right? And then Chris may have been harmed. Well, I would say they're both harmed by this in general, but Chris may have been harmed because Chris may have been induced into this sort of act too. This is gross.
Oh, what did I just watch or listen to?
I don't know, man.
That's where we're at, Nick. That's where we're at, right?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's that's gross, man.
So here's what ends up happening, Nick. You know when you hear some stuff, right?
Yeah.
You know, have you ever like read stories or something like today, right? The guy yeeted the chick, the decapitation. Okay, that's bad. But if you heard them like doing something to kids, everyone's just kind of like, oh yeah, this is out of control. That's what this is like because elderly and children are the two most vulnerable people, right?
Yeah.
And yet here this dude is doing this to what you said was a 79, 80-year-old grandma. Like, ugh.
Yeah. Yep. It's and look, guys, so people are talking about the autism stuff. I'm not saying he did this because he's autistic. I'm not saying it's connected to the autism. That's going to be one of their potential legal arguments that they'll make, but that'll be up to them to make it. Wow. Whoops. Sorry.
You're all good. Oh my god, dude. So Nick, okay, where do you think we're at that people have encouraged this kind of stuff?
I don't know, man.
Because I'm assuming. Wait, okay. So here's a question: What did his fan club say about all this? I'm assuming this was exposed, right?
Yeah, I don't know what the fan club has said. I mean, most people's reaction is just abject horror.
Like, does anyone in the chat know about that? Because that
there were rumors and thought like there's like the idea that maybe Chris is banging his mom. Like that stuff's been thrown out, like put out there as a possibility, but no one had any confirmation.
Yep. Damn.
I don't know, man. It's a mess.
I hear someone saying Barb is crazy. It was always horrible. You know what? Do you know what's a big determining thing in this though, Nick? It's something that we've always talked about: the prevalence or lack thereof of the strong father. Right? His dad may have had some issues, and obviously, with the infidelity, blah blah blah. Maybe it's because he was driven to someone else because this chick is crazy, right? Barb.
Yeah.
Nick, look at how much everything unraveled, though. Like this is where we're at. You take dad out of the house and you start getting stuff like that. Nick, when have you ever heard of some shit like this? I snuck into a room.
God damn it, Flake. His mom isn't even hot, though. You stop it.
Oh. No, that's what I'm saying with Evil Bunny. Like that's what I'm saying. The moment that the dad is out of the picture, do you know what was similar to this, Nick? Aaron Hernandez went off the rails once his dad died.
Yeah.
They just, dude.
Yeah, it's a mess. And guys, I don't know that Chris was induced into this. We're exploring the possibilities of what's going on. We've no idea. Like I said, if the caller who was talking to Chris induced him, that's a different level of terrible. But if the caller was just getting Chris to expose what he had done, that's actually not that bad. That's trying to end the, like if they said, if Chris sent, they're messaging Chris and talking to him, and Chris like, by the way, I did this. Because you notice it opens up with, I had another roll around in the hay with my mom, or another romp in the hay. That's, if they go, what the fuck? And then they get them like, tell me about it, then expose them. That's not a bad thing. I'm not condemning the caller except for anything other than shit audio and coughing loudly into the mic. That's really irritating. But no, I don't know the backstory to there.
So then that begs the question, Nick, what's in the other call, right?
Yeah.
Because that was cut off.
Yeah, what's the rest of the call?
What's the rest of it?
Maybe it was just, maybe he moved on to, like, that's the interesting thing. Maybe he just moved on to other conversation. We don't know. We don't know. Whatever it is, it deserves all of the holy fire of heaven purging it from the earth. Gross. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's read these chats and then maybe wrap up the show because it's already pretty late.
I can't believe we've already been here 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. It's
what did we listen to? What?
Something that shouldn't exist.
Nick. Okay, hold on. Let's break this shit down to the molecule.
Okay.
I don't know what you know, but everybody in this chat who's been on any of these sites, in particular Pornhub, they keep pushing the incest thing.
Yeah.
You'll be like, oh, yo, man, I'm about to look at, 2 chicks. Suggested for you. Incest.
Stepbrother. Stepsister. Stepmom. Stepdad.
Fuck. I talked about this during my degeneracy chat, right? We had a degeneracy chat on Discord. There's a few things they keep pushing on you. No matter what you click on Pornhub. Tranny shit, gay shit, incest shit.
Yeah.
And you're like, I wasn't looking for any of this. Like, why is this in my suggested? Like,
sure.
And you're like,
sure you weren't.
Here you go.
Based on your browsing history, here's a bunch of sissy tranny stuff. Sissy hypno.
Yeah. And the Black Raw shows up. Here's what bothers me though, Nick. for too long, there's a point where you're kind of looking like, dude, wait, why is it always the stepbrother thing and the stepmom thing or the stepdad thing? And now we're at this, and you see the programming and how deep it goes.
Yeah.
This shouldn't even exist.
Right.
Like, I mean, look, Nick, let's face it. There was always that whole thing ever since American Pie, right? With the whole my friend's hot mom.
Wait, hold on. And now we back into transphobia. Look, no one going on to Pornhub to look at pornography wants to click on a hetero video and get a suggestion of trans videos. That's just that's not.
If that's what you want to look for, that's what you're going to look for. Like, here's the thing. You see this with a lot of stuff where like, Nick, you're Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
We clicked on like videos to watch and stuff. Look at some of the how completely like way off some of these were. You're like, where the fuck did you get this from?
Yeah.
But
well, like for example, Amazon Prime did this, like Amazon and Netflix in particular, both of them did this. During February, you get a whole section of Black voices, right? Because they're pandering to Black History Month. During June, you get a whole section of gay movies. It's like, but I don't fucking want to watch a gay movie. Like I never did. Why are you pushing? They're pushing this agenda, and Pornhub has notoriously been pushing transgender stuff, gay stuff, and the incest stuff.
Well, here's the thing. There was a while I thought it was just me. I'm sitting there trying to go ahead and get into my mental stroke game. And I'm like, oh man, look at this. What the fuck is this? And it's like, look, I'm sitting there like, okay, it's got to just be me. So when I go and do the chat, Nick, people are like, no, dude, it's everything. Like, that's what they do. Like, you're looking at something and they always, and I'm like, hold on, there has to be something. There has to be an ulterior motive to this. And something that I think you told me, FBI guys, right?
Yeah.
Who were in that division. And they're like, yo, we're going to crack down on the cheese pizza, right?
Yeah. What
eventually happens when they are bombarded with those images all the time?
They snap. And they, some people get highly depressed. Like the Facebook people who have to review the extreme content.
I've heard.
Those people suffer like real trauma. They have to go to all kinds of therapy, especially if they're in that job for more than like 6 months. Because I mean, can you imagine? We only get to see a fraction of the murder on Facebook, but it happens all the fucking time. People just catch it. And Facebook and Twitter are the two largest distributors of cheese pizza on the planet. And so those people who have to review that stuff, like they have to sit and watch naked kids all day, like all day long. That's what they're doing. Every time they click review, it's the worst fucking shit you've ever seen put on video. And that's their job. Same thing with the FBI. So the FBI, if you guys don't know, and if you watch my How to Catch and Convict a Pedophile video, you'll actually find this out. The FBI, when they confiscate child porn from a predator, they keep a single copy of every single one of them, and they have an archive, and someone has a job where they have to watch every video and provide a brief summary for every single video, because then they take those video copies that they have, and when the FBI is catfishing pedos, they offer a list of videos that they think the pedo will like and offer for trade. So they'll say, I'll send you a VHS of this and this and this video, and this is what happens in them. And then what will you trade for it? Then the person agrees to a trade. Person sends some videos to whatever location the FBI chooses. And then the FBI sends feds to go arrest the person. But somebody at the FBI has that job.
Yep.
They watch the video. They don't create a fictional video.
Yeah.
They don't like manufacture some awful thing. They literally take what they already own. They keep a copy of every single one. And they do have some minor purpose in that, because if someone is found to be distributing a video of a victim who is still alive and they receive money from it, that money they'll actually confiscate from the person as part of their criminal conviction and give it to the victim of the child pornography, that's kind of a neat program that they do, but that's part of the justification. To me, I think it's horrifying. I think the fact that they make some fed sit there, even though I don't like feds, I don't want anybody to have to sit there and endure child porn.
That's what I'm saying. Like, all day? Like when someone goes, hey, man, what'd you do for 8 hours? Hey, I watched this bullshit. But Nick, there's a conditioning going on. If I can get someone to sit here at the Fed and watch this all day, how many of those guys or gals become the very thing that they hate, right?
I think dudes get dudes and gals.
And, yep.
Let's not, because the thinking. You know how this thinking goes at the FBI, right?
Yep.
Oh, women can handle this stuff.
Yep.
Like they won't sit there and they'll be able to do this without sexual. No, come on. These people I think a percentage of them get corrupted and horrible.
I really do, because I mean, think about, okay, look, you and I were repulsed by this, right? We're just getting audio. What if we had to actually watch the video? What if there was a video? And someone goes like this, yeah, now watch this and this and this all day long.
No.
Could you stay repulsed? Like we can say that, but like think about those guys.
I can get repulsed by legal porn videos.
Yeah.
Not the brand legal porn. I mean legal pornographic videos.
I was actually thinking of the brand legal porno. From Eastern Europe.
But I just mean,
I might be subscribed to what?
Stop it. No, I just mean like there's a level that is too much. And you don't need that much. Like it's just that doesn't need to happen to anybody. Like I wouldn't condemn anybody to sit and watch regular, legitimate pornography all day either. I think that's extremely unhealthy.
It is.
And I don't have a massive opposition to pornography or anything like that, but I think forced exposure to anything over time is bad.
Agreed.
So yeah, I don't know.
Damn though, I'm looking at this, Nick. It's more and more pervasive, because what are they trying to do ultimately, Nick? Normalize, right?
Yeah.
We said it last night. The rainbow agenda, trying to normalize. We all know what all of this is a Trojan horse. Think about it, Nick. Incest, bestiality, just promiscuity in general, all this. It's all leading up to that end goal. Once you can normalize what is considered the worst crime, you normalize that, it's game over.
Sordid Sentinel says, I read a psych study from like 15 years ago. It's very common and traumatizing for agents because it causes them over time to view children sexually. Yep. No, it's a mess. Do I think we should ban porn? No, I don't, but I don't think people should be forced or as part of their job to watch anything over and over. I don't think people should be forced to watch porn, or anything like that. So it's a fucking mess. Okay, let's do some of these chats here. Speedy 1993 says, Drex, what the F is wrong with this world? How do people get like this? Also, bros before hoes.
Yeah, those are facts. And you know, the way that we got here, Nick, for a few reasons. We let women take the wheel. We let the media, who really is the real. You and I talk about this. The winner of the 2020 election was the media.
Oh, yeah. They nailed it.
Hands down.
They controlled every aspect of it. They controlled every narrative about it. Anything that came up counter to what they wanted, it went away.
What do you mean Joe Biden's son's laptop? Where Hunter Biden? What? Who?
Speaking of normalizing pedophilia.
Yeah.
Hunter Biden.
Yeah. Oh, and you know what the best part is?
Yeah.
He gets caught with a hot mic talking all this racist shit and everything. Who do you think puts on the fucking cape right there for him and tries to excuse whatever?
Media
and ignorant plantation Negroes. Black people will make any excuse, Nick. Here's the thing. It's not about black or white. People who like person or side A, right? Mm-hmm. Excuses anything they do. You see what I'm saying?
What's happening with the ATF nominee, Bob Chipman?
Mm-hmm.
So a bunch of Republicans have been concerned about Chipman because he's seems to be anti-Second Amendment. So they're like, why are you putting this guy in charge of the ATF? Now it's come out that when he was FBI director, whatever, at the field office, he's like, looks at a list of black FBI agents who are up for promotion. He's like, wow, I'm surprised the blacks are up for promotion. And people are like, oh no, you didn't mean that. It's like, what did he mean then?
What did he mean?
What did he mean?
Well, it's like those. I don't know if have you heard about this. I know when I say this, there's gonna be those guys in the chat that have heard about the whole I'm having a baby and I'm gonna find out if it's a girl or an abortion. And people think that's okay. It's funny. And she means exactly what the hell she just said.
Oh, Bob Chipman is movie Bob. Chipman is the other guy. Bob Chipman is also trash. Okay, sorry. Yeah. They think it's okay to gender select abortions.
Yeah.
Which is like,
girl or abortion. Because Nick, what happens if there's no boys being born? You're fucked. And vice versa, right? If you had a sausage fest nation, it's like, this goes so deep, but I mean, there's no real way to really dig out of it because Nick, it's so ingrained into the culture.
Yeah,
damn,
it's a mess. Velka says not a big drinker, but looking to get into some good whiskeys. Wondering how you rate Gold and Blue Label Johnny Walker. What you'd recommend at similar price range for a beginner. I've enjoyed Double Black in the past. Look, Johnny Black and Double Black are good because they're cheap and they're available everywhere. Blue Label Johnny for $2.30 a bottle, go buy something else. Literally anything. It's fine. Any other bottle at $200 a bottle is gonna make you happier than Johnny Blue. As for the Gold, I don't know. I don't drink Johnny Gold. I'll order Johnny Black at a small town bar when I know because I know that it's going to be a fresh bottle. That's it. Sean Darko says the girls sounds like they are supporting this, but I'm curious if Chris even knew they were being recorded. No idea. Great Loner says, Nick, at least we're witnessing the lead up to Sodom and Gomorrah in real time.
Yeah.
We now understand what God was going through. Let's see. Mr. Armageddon says, I feel sorry for those listening to this stream that had plans to get it on tonight with their lover. This is disturbing.
Yeah, Nick, this is a real like boner killer. Because like, let's just say you had, what I'm saying, obviously you're a married man, but like, hell, for all the single guys out there, like, oh yeah, man, I'll tell you what I'm about to do real quick. Especially you're in a different time zone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nick, imagine being on your way to smash, right? I'm just listening to Nick Ricada in my ear. I got my Bluetooth in. I'm driving to the chick's house. And it's an hour away. Nick, let me just go ahead and pop in. Oh, what are they talking about? Oh, some random dude named Chris Chan. Yeah, sure, whatever. You're driving.
They're fucking talking about.
You hear this bullshit.
Touching his mom and shit.
It's like, and then you arrive and she's like, hey, baby. You just gotta.
You know what? I'm gonna need you to throw some popcorn in the oven. We're watching TV.
We're watching a movie. This is movie night. I know this was. I'm gonna go ahead and make you a late night bust down night, but we're gonna go ahead and flip the script. And this is movie night now.
Yeah,
we're gonna Netflix and no chill.
Sorry, calm your ovaries. Super Iron Bob says Facebook and social media companies use third parties to review it, so they don't have to pay for that therapy. There's not enough words to express how much contempt they deserve. A bunch of Facebook employees did sue Facebook a couple years back because of that, though. So they at least used to have other people doing it. Okay, we're gonna read through the rest of them. How much money for you to make and drink a special Fanta drink? There isn't enough money. Nope. Mario Carter says, good news. Your love quest brought you a woman that will let you put your penis inside her. Bad news. It's the woman you came out of.
Savage.
Well, that was horrible. Sigma Male says, play Cruelty Squad. That game looks really, really psychedelic. I don't know if I can do it. Koopa the Degenerate says, hey, Drex. So after finding out about the Rainbow Monkey Dildo Man, am I really as bad? The goblins be looking tame at this point, ain't they?
Yeah, Koopa is our resident Uber degenerate. who put us up on Goblin amputee porn. He said, make sure you don't ever search for it, which I didn't, but someone else did. They're scarred for life. Nick, at least with like regular porn stuff, no matter how degenerate someone gets, whether they're into some like degenerate hentai, whatever, at least it's an act, right?
Yeah.
At least you can always have that thing in your man. Like you can be sitting there going this. Oh, wait, was that in Clerks 2? I'm sorry, Jesus. Elias. So Nick, no matter what you're doing, that's no matter how degenerate it is, there's always that part of you that's like this. I know this is bad, but
I can literally watch all this girl's other videos.
I can watch anything else they've made. It's just acting. With this, you're like, bruh, you hold on, man. You're doing what to your mom?
Aw, damn it. Big Guy says Norman Bates is seething in envy of Chris. You better stop. You better stop. That's horrifying. Colonel J says, good show. Sushi Samurai says, we're in the end game now for the Chris Chan sagas. Bad Dragonite says, does this mean the DSP has finally outlived Chris Chan, Sonichu? So far, they're still both going strong, so who knows? Timothy Reaper says, Drex / Nick 2024, build the walls. This Papig says, the long quote yesterday about the massage groping was an exact transcript from your wife on stream. You say the story is wrong, but that's the story she gave on camera. And the only version of the story the audience that have watched for years actually has. Yeah, but they added a whole bunch of stuff to it. So again, if you don't like the show, or if you want to make stuff up, that's up to you. That's fine. I'm not going to stop what anybody says. Mr. Y says, oh, Drexel, how long has it been since I felt your loving touch? The feel of your fists pounding into me. The euphoria of unleashing my hot lead onto your face. I can't wait to see you again. Malik Foxon says, I'm so glad I had headphones for the show. I usually have you on my speakers. This whole thing is not something for the household to hear without context. Ooh. Someone would walk by my room and think I'm just into some fucked shit. Jesus criminy. Redacted says, don't forget to head on over to maddattheinternet.com/product/2021 Chris 9999 silver round and purchase a limited edition silver round from Null with a genuine motherfucker die cast on the back.
Damn.
Amazing. Amazing.
In Jesse Lee Peterson voice.
Amazing. That's a woman's name. Destiny's a
Destiny.
Okay, we got a bunch of these to read through. Here we go. Johnny GTO says, forgive me, Drexel, for I have simped, but through the power of MGTOW, I've been born anew. Oh, and sup, Nick. Hey, what's up? Solid Redfield says, sorry, but Barb just doesn't have the same ring to it as Julie. Wolfgang Deo says, Chick-fil-A identifies you by name and descriptive factor. Green shirt. So I went back jokingly, said my shirt self-identifies as amazing shirt. Let's see. Javon 322144 says, let's go Null. Release your knowledge to us. Wolfgang says, work to live, not work to death. Mario Carter says, Chris, Lonely Island Chan, doesn't matter, had sex. Hako, what a terrible, terrible day this is to have eyes. Midden says, 666 days late for the new Sonichu, and look what happens. Wolfgang Deo says, everyone says late and gay. I realize now that you are on Lawyer Summertime. Thus, you've been on time and straight this whole time. Lag. Neil Purcell says, haven't watched one of your streams in a while. This one is a heavy topic. Also, good luck on someday beating Battletoads. We need to actually do that again because we failed on the 24-hour stream.
How far did we get to the Dark Tower?
I don't think we even did. I think we lost at the fucking intruder excluder.
No, we had to have gotten the.
I think we got to the Geiga Ducks and lost.
We didn't get Mick the Klingerwinger or nothing?
I don't think so.
Shit.
Because if we would have gotten to Klingerwinger, we would have gotten to the Dark Tower.
What about we didn't even get to?
Because the rat race is the only thing on Earth that's easier two-player than one player.
Yeah. Damn. Huh. Well, we're not gonna play the new one.
No,
I
refuse to ever play it again.
Did you ever see any reviews
or
of
to
it?
ever play it in the first place?
Did you ever see any reviews? Was it as bad as they said?
I don't know.
It looked terrible.
It looked bad. I didn't buy it. Never played it. Never thought of it. Let's see. ASO says, if Chris Chan goes to a women's prison, He will be their property and be forced to pork monsters, and they will rip off his dong and force him to eat it. Gross. Vanilla Honey says, Nick, what's a poppin'? You're the first YouTuber I've super chatted. Hey, thank you.
Nice.
Harvey Weinstein says, is it okay to talk about diarrhea in chat? Freedom? Sure. Colve 2A wannabe Hunan Muhammad says, Nick was late as an impacted stool. Disgusting. Fan Advocacy Network says, take a shot every time Drexel learns a new fact about Chris Chan and wants to vomit. No, not a good thing. I don't know who sent this one. It says, wait, if Drex is there, that must mean that Jersh is there too. Nick is harboring him again. Cue all the lawsuits. I guess. Eldon Bainling says there were 2,900 people waiting at one point, but YouTube cut it down to 1K as soon as the stream started. I see Susan's fuckery firsthand. Dude, every single night they do this. Uriah Wright says, oh boy, Chris Chan, the guy who hates black people for some reason, and Blue Arm Sonic. Almond John 1 says, individually, y'all do good shows. When you and Drex come together for these face-to-face shows, it's like a sacred male space where we're not allowed to have anymore. Sometimes. Pirate Chan says he's not trans, he's autistic. Chode motherfucker 69 says Brisbane has just gone into a snap lockdown. Absolutely livid because I missed a friend's birthday party, so I'll have to get drunk and watch this instead.
Oh,
that sucks. Cave Canum says Julie. Common Cure says null. Why is the quickie always down? Solid Redfield says, hey, Null, what do you think the possibility that Blue Spike grew up to be a serial killer? John Trumpeter and 1.21 gigawatts. Welcome to member status or paralegal status. Thank you. Laughing Carew says, reminder that Null loves trans BBC, not real meat. David Bowser says, is Chris's mom as bad as Gail? I don't know that Gail is actually bad.
Yeah. Gail, she's just being taken advantage of. That's all.
We're almost up to 2,000 likes. Holy hell.
Holy shit.
I've still got my 1,500 like shot here. So let me put that down. If you guys get it 2,000, I have to take another one.
Man.
It's the rules.
Do you see where the like count is at? Where do you see that at? Oh, is it an active count? Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, let's get this 1923
right now.
Yeah, get this guy up. Let him down it.
Yeah, because I encourage liquor consumption. That's good. John Trumpeter says, lol, Cal movie night on Kiwi Farms and on commentating on the commentators. Please, Ricardo, watch us commit sweet mayhem in your name and Josh's. I guess. We passed 2,000. That's amazing.
Oh.
Thank you, guys. I'll pour another one in just a second. I'm drinking this Wiggle Rye, Pennsylvania Straight Rye. And just so you know that during the reading of all these transcripts and listening to the phone call, not only did it not wiggle, it died.
Oh.
It died.
It did it.
Didn't yours?
I mean.
This is pretty fucking... You know what? I'm going to go with the expensive stuff for the 2,000. We've got Kentucky Owl Rye Whiskey 10-year.
So, Nick, are we going to have to put you on Ken's counseling couch after this?
Yes. This costs more than a Nintendo Switch.
Ooh.
This bottle.
I remember when that one got broken in Florida. I felt bad. Oh, is this?
It's in the frame.
Oh, man.
You said it. You said it's like dropping a PS5. It literally was.
Yeah, it was like, ooh, I felt it in my soul. Yeah, while he's doing that, yeah, definitely. Subscribe to Ken's counseling couch. I said casting couch again.
You keep saying it.
I don't know why my mind's on casting couches, but subscribe to Ken's counseling couch because Nick's gonna need counseling. I'm gonna need counseling after this. Nick,
Ken has already agreed, and I have to figure out how to do this on my locals page. He's gonna do. I think locals is where we're gonna do it. He's gonna do literal therapy sessions with me.
Oh, that's gonna be awesome. Yeah, shout out to our man Ken Jennings. Yeah, and you know what's crazy is we know Susan Tube is suppressing subscriber counts and notifications. Nick, do you know how many people I've had coming to me saying that they weren't getting notified of stuff? I'm sure people have said that to you too, right? Where it's just mysterious, like unsubbing and all this weird shit going on. So make sure you sub to Nick's channel. There's some people watching tonight that may have been unsubbed. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's weird. I've been hearing some weird stuff happening. Like,
oh, dude, it happens to me all the time. People wonder why I do. I do the subscriber only chat on my live streams for
Mhm.
2 reasons. One, it makes the spammers have to take a little bit longer between creating alt accounts, and so it helps my mods out.
Mhm.
But 2, some people who are watching the show, don't realize that they're not actually subscribed
Yep.
anymore.
No, it's happened to me.
Yeah,
I'm
'cause-
subscribed to your show. Look, if I go on my phone right now, I can't even guarantee that I'm subscribed to your show anymore because it's been doing weird stuff. It's happened to me. Let's see. Oh, yeah, so now it says subscribe. Yep. But before, Nick, I've been subscribed since I think like the first time I found out you had a show. The night you had me on, that was October 2018. I clicked subscribe, but throughout time, you don't come up with my suggestions. All of a sudden, there you are again. I'm like, wait a minute.
Oh, they
wait a minute.
they
Like,
fucking killed a ton of subscribers from my channel. I try not to bitch about it because it's just part of the fucking thing.
but it's still lame. I mean,
I've had people who watch the show every night and they said, "Hey, during the show, I was watching. I got unsubscribed by YouTube." And I send it all to my YouTube person. They're like, "Weird, we don't do that." I'm like, "You literally do.
Yes, you do.
Fix
Yes,
it.
you do. Yeah,
Fucking fix it. Just get."
Yeah, Google's run by an AI. Yeah, it's happened to me.
There's a new team at Google that is all about like alternative monetization, super chats, super stickers, the super thanks, and the memberships. And because I'm in like the top 60 in the world, which is still amazing to me, I'm like, holy shit. But since I'm on the short list of people, and I can't wait to talk to that team because literally all I'm going to say is get out of our way.
Yep.
This is happening. I don't care who's doing it or if you don't know because your algorithm runs everything. If you just stop unsubscribing people and the one thing I want, the only thing I want from YouTube is that if I put out a live stream, I want a notification to go to every single subscriber before the live stream runs.
Yep.
Because some people don't get a notification for 3 or 4 days. It's like, well, it's a live show. Why? On other videos, I don't care. But on a live stream, they should get the notification to be there live.
Yep.
And there's so many people who never get it.
Yep.
And it's like, just get out of our way.
Do you ever do like a little notice like in your community tab? Like a little.
I try not to because it feels spammy. So what I do is I post every live stream on Locals, Twitter, Gab, Minds, and Verify, and the Fediverse.
Okay.
Every single night. So any one of those places, you can follow all of them for free and get a notification guaranteed from one of those. But I recommend Locals just because you're guaranteed to get one. It's the least spammy thing that happens. But it's fucking it's embarrassing,
dude.
I can't send a notification out for a live stream.
I'm with you 100%. It's just weird, and you know, like, and a lot of guys that I watch have said the same thing.
Oh my god, that's good.
Oh, look at that.
This is seriously like the best rye whiskey that I've ever had.
No shit.
And it's the last batch they're ever making.
Oh, even better. All right, so guys, go subscribe to the MGTOWN podcast.
Yes.
And if we get 10 subscribers right now, Nick takes another drink.
Wait, what? What is it? What is this racism? Somebody's got to monitor it, though. Or are you monitoring it?
Sure. I mean, we're at like I think we're at like almost 6,000. I think so. $6,000 is another Nick drink.
Okay, so people are asking about this. This is the Kentucky.
So we're 80 away. So 80 away from Nick taking another drink. The
80?
last drink.
You said 10 more. Do you mean 100?
It changed again. It says 5,920. So that means
you're trying to get to 6,000.
So at 6,000, Nick gets another drink.
Okay, so if Drex gets to 6,000 subs on MGTOWN podcast, I have to drink another one. For
That's
reference,
the last
guys,
one ever, though.
Kentucky Owl 10-year. It's batch number 4. It's the last rye batch right here. The last rye batch is the final release in this series and marks the end of an amazing journey for me. I'm very proud of this release and think it's ending on a very special note. Save this one for the right occasion. This is almost gone. Thank God I've got another one right here. It's legitimately my favorite rye whiskey I've ever had. There's nothing else I've had that's even close.
Okay, so when you bought it, you didn't know that, obviously. You know, you bought the one bottle, right?
Yeah.
So now do you have like that regret? Like, I wish I had bought.
I have bought, I think the liquor store by me has gotten 6 total, and I've bought either 4, I think 4 of them.
Oh, damn.
And he said he might get another one sometime later this year because it's the last batch, but they have a bunch.
Yep.
So if they do, I'll buy all of, like it's the best rye whiskey I've ever had.
Have you gone online to find out if there is another like whiskey that's similar?
The Whistle Pig, what, you know, that PS5 level Whistle Pig,
the Boss Hog,
that only existed once. That was the Samurai Scientist. That
hurt.
6.
I saw you in
But I have number 7 right here.
Which one was that?
That's number 6. That was batch 6 of that kind. This is batch 7, the Magellan Atlantic.
Wait, how did you break it again? You
I didn't break it. Let's be honest. I won't blame who did because it wasn't their fault either. We were at a bar in Tampa.
Yep.
And they wouldn't let me bring this liquor into their bar for some reason. Because I brought it to share with people there.
You know, that is some. Okay, if you see liquor like in an actual box, and like, look, dude, it was a gift. But you remember that bar? They were acting weird though.
Dude, they wouldn't let us bring water in.
Yeah, they were on some. Yeah, a guy got stabbed.
Yeah,
remember that?
Yeah,
same night.
I'm so pissed that I missed the stabbing.
So you brought knives. I told you how I missed the stabbing, right?
You were in the bathroom.
There was a 90-second gap.
Yeah.
No fuck shit happened. No one got stabbed or shot. I was like this. Is toward the very end. I said, let me get up and use the bathroom real quick. In that 90-second gap, Nick, I come out and that's when we got thrown out because someone got stabbed. I'm like, how did someone get shaken? The one time I got up and went, oh, let me use the bathroom real quick.
You went to the bathroom. I was looking for everybody I knew. I'm like, where is everybody that I know?
Everybody just, and all of a sudden, they're like, yo, your shit was crazy. I'm like,
yeah, I missed a motherfucker getting stabbed too. But no, so since the bar wouldn't let us bring anything in, because I brought this liquor to share with people down in Tampa. It was Dick Masterson live show.
Yep.
And I'm like, I'm saving. This is a $450 bottle of liquor. And I'm like, I'm going to bring this to the next fan meetup. I saved it. I didn't drink it. I brought it down, went to someone's hotel. We had a couple drinks with them. You know, everybody had one.
Yep.
And then I brought it to the thing. And the guy says, no, you can't do that. Someone's like, you can store it in my car. Steven, he says, you can store this in my car. I'm like, cool, man. Thanks. So I put it in his car. He's like, all right, me and the girlfriend have to go because it was closing time. He says, I'll go grab the bottle of whiskey. So he brings the bottle. I'm looking for people. So someone goes with him. I'm not going to name him. It's not his fault. Someone goes with him and he gets the bottle of whiskey from Steven's car. It's in a bag, pulls it out of the bag. This box, I'll show you. This box has 2 snaps on it. The other one had those little things that you flip up, like the latch, not a snap. Had 2 snaps on it. Somehow, during all of this, only one of the snaps was down. The other snap wasn't. So he hands it to me. He's holding it like this. The guy went to go get it from the guy's car. He hands it to me. I grab it like this. And the one snap that was there gave. And so the whole thing, the bottom just falls out.
And of course, in the heat of the moment, you couldn't have
there's no way.
It just
no way.
Oh.
First of all, I'd had a couple drinks, so my reaction time's automatically slower. Second of all, it's fucking 3 a.m. or whatever. And third of all, it happened instantly. Like I grabbed the end and it just goes.
Oh.
And so it just drops on the ground.
Medicare before his cats ever chatted before. I've heard of Medicare. Oh, too bad you got to take another drink. I guess we went over $6,000.
Yeah, let me finish this one.
Drink. So, how crazy is that? First of all, Nick, Tampa was the shit, bro.
Tampa was heaven on earth.
Because you remember, it came at a very unique time.
This is in December
last year when everybody was locked down.
Everybody shut down. And you go to Tampa, specifically Ybor City.
The Sodom and Gomorrah.
The cocaine capital of the Tampa area is Ybor City. And you can Go to any bar. All of them are open.
Everything.
Everything's open.
Everything. Food
They have
open.
bars. They have cigar bars
Yep.
where you can smoke cigars
Yep.
inside, outside. They have pizza. They have every food, everybody. No masks.
None.
Nobody gave a shit.
Nobody.
There are fights.
Yep.
We saw fat girls getting fought.
Yeah.
That was a shame.
You remember those big chicks that were sitting at the bar we were at?
Yeah.
Weight class. Where are they at?
S tier.
Hey, now for all you sick fucks out there looking at SSBBW porn, these chicks had 2 more S's. They were ginormous.
When a pile of nachos shows up in front of them, they start. I always think SSJ BBW, right? Like you're saying, they're sitting there, they're like, come nacho. We saw that was do you remember Power Man 5000? Is right when we were at the end of high school. They came out. It's Rob Zombie's little brother. They did some cool
vaguely.
like techno metal stuff. They had a song called What It's Like When Worlds Collide. That was the first. This is what it's like when guns collide, right? Because that big chick gets thrown out of the karaoke bar while you weren't there yet.
I wasn't there yet. That was because I came. Okay, that was the night before I came, right? Because when I came, it was evening.
Yeah.
I had to go check in, blah blah. And then when I got there, you were like, yeah. And then last night, so yeah, it was the night before. Yep.
Okay, so it's the night before Drexel shows up. I'm hanging outside his cigar bar with Ethan Ralph, Dick Masterson, and a bunch of other degenerates. And we're sitting around, people are smoking cigars, and this big girl gets thrown out of the karaoke bar next door. And then this little stout, like Cuban or Puerto Rican looking dude comes out and kind of like grabs her. I thought he was a bouncer of the bar. Turns out it's her boyfriend. She outweighed him by at least $1. But my man had muscles.
I hope so.
He was stocky and stout.
But that's why I tell a lot of these guys out here, you guys need to get off that bench press because it creates bad habits. When you are used to being on your back as a man, pushing up heavy weight, you are destined for big bitches.
Oh, okay, so there's a legit workout routine that it does. It's like never bench press. It's like deadlift, squat, shoulder press, curl. What's the other one? You know?
You can do.
It's like 5 exercises.
So shoulder press, deadlifts, curls. You can do flies. I mean,
flies. Yeah, probably because you got to get the back in there.
You can get flies. But here's the thing though. But I want you to think about. You remember back in the day, every time you bump into somebody, what can you bench? Dude, if you stay on your back doing this, you're gonna get used to that feeling. I like that sensation of a lot of weight in my hands, and I push up on it. All of a sudden,
you're gonna be getting pegged by big bitches. That's
later in life. She's gonna be riding you. You're like this, like, oh, you're gonna like that weight. Get off this goddamn bench press, y'all. You are destined to fuck SSBBWs. Destined.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. Go deadlift. Be like, I gotta go pick up little bitches and just pick them up.
Don't do bench press. Do push-ups.
Absolutely.
Incline, decline, push-ups.
Yep.
Because that's you coming down. Like that's good. Pushing bitches up is bad.
That's bad.
Okay, just to be clear.
Yep.
So anyway, so this little Cuban Puerto Rican guy, I don't know, some brand of island Hispanic, grabs this girl and he hauls her off. And I'm like, what is going on? I thought he's a bouncer. He knocks her down on the ground. Not because of anything other than she trips. Like he's grabbing her and she's walking backwards. She's drunk. She trips. Ralph goes up.
Big bitch is getting drunk. Go ahead.
Ralph goes up. And he's got the phone out, and everybody starts yelling, "World Star, World Star!" Right? Because that's what you do.
It's what you do, especially in Ybor City.
So she gets up and starts challenging Ralph to a fight, and it is the funniest thing the guy. And by the way, the little Puerto Rican could probably beat the shit out of Ralph. Like he's probably 40 and he's got that old man strength, but he's also big.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, damn. He doesn't give a shit. He's not saying anything. He goes to get the car before the cops show up.
Of course.
And she and Ralph have a gunt off. And it is the funniest thing I've ever seen. Because, like, to Ralph's credit, he's like, bitch, I don't care about you. I'll fucking kill you. It was beautiful. It's like, this is Ybor City. It only happened to be Ralph on that day.
Yeah.
But Ybor City, that's every day.
Yeah.
You've got to go.
Well, look at what we saw in Ybor City.
Go there.
We saw there are fuckers hitting blunts on Kawasaki's and shit just because it's Ybor City. Like,
nobody
popping wheelies, just hitting the dro, taking it. I'm like looking like
all you smell in Ybor is weed, liquor, cigars, and BO.
Facts.
Yeah, that's it.
And like degenerate thottery. Because the degenerate thottery was getting out of hand, though, Nick.
It's gross.
It was getting out of hand.
I saw dudes as big as you shaking hands with little 5'1", 230 squatties in bodysuits.
What the fuck?
I saw this girl. She's in a leopard print unitard, right? And I see this big dude. He's like 6'5", like he's taller than me. Big dude, big black dude. And he's like, hey, girl, what's up? And I'm like, what in hell are you doing? Like, what are you doing? He was not like a big guy. Like he was athletic. Looked like he, like, I don't know, worked out or whatever. Can you imagine? Like you're bass trawling in your boat in Ybor City for 200-pound uggos?
It may have been a real thirsty. No, I will say this though. Hold on.
It was late in the evening.
It was late.
He's like, I gotta get it in.
I gotta get something. And I'm just gonna go get this little hand fruit. Now, Nick, this is another PSA. Black men. This is especially for black men. I'm literally begging. Please, black men. Please lift your standards. Black men are the garbage men of the sexual and dating market because black dudes will take anything. Now, to be fair,
I'll pick up what's ever left on the curb in the morning.
Yeah, seriously, look, if you go to other countries, Nick, like I'll give you an example, right? Japan, birth rate has collapsed, right?
Yeah.
Well, do you know why the birth rates? And there's all these, the Shan Wu, they call it the leftover women in China and all that, right? Do you know why these countries are struggling so bad? Due to their own xenophobia and nationalistic pride, right?
Yeah.
By not having other people there. Black men are the cleanup men. When you got some fat warthog that no one wants, not a white man, not an Asian man, not a Latino man, while the Latinos are kind of in that same boat as brothers. I gotta keep it real. They picked up some hefty bitches too. But the black man will show up and be like, I mean, Nick, gladly, with pride. Look, that's the thing. When you see a Latino brother, he's with the SSBBW, but he's not happy about it.
He feels bad about it. He knows what he did. He's like going to his priest because he's Catholic.
He's always Catholic.
He's like, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
I've sinned. I'm with this big bitch.
This girl ate all of not only her food, but my food and the next table's. And I still took her home. She
got the churros. She ate everything. And so when the Latino brother, like, Nick, I've looked into the eyes of my Latino brothers, right? I've looked in their eyes when they're with big bitches, right? And do you know what they'll say? Look, they'll be like this, like, and then they'll be like this, look, hey, Chico, she used to be caliente. And they'll show you pictures and be like, hey, tell me I'm lying. Fuck that. Tell me I'm lying in the chat. Latinos have pictures of their chick before they look like a busted Pillsbury biscuit can. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams.
I love Pillsbury biscuits.
Now, when they're busted, that's how these bitches buy look. Tell me I'm lying. The Latinos have pictures of their girl when they used to be hot. Because, Nick, you're doing this. What the fuck? Bruh. And you're like, and that's the truth. Look, man.
Damn it.
Nick, our man M's mom is the rare exception.
Yeah.
Most Mexicans, especially Mexicans, I ain't gonna talk about these goddamn these hoes from El Salvador, Chile, Brazil. If I had to pick the one,
Heaven forbid, Argentina.
Argentinians, the one group that suffer. There are two groups of women. Now hold on. I'm gonna check these Jew broads too, because they get big as fuck too. They all look like fat Jew aunts.
The ADL's gonna shut it down. What are we talking about?
That's the old Jew neck. I'm gonna try to make it gobble. that old white lady neck. That shit starts to gobble. And these bitches gobble. So the old Jew neck. Oh, they get old white lady neck. But the black chick neck. The black chick gets a different kind. She gets wide everywhere. The Latino chick keeps the same leg size, right?
Same leg.
The body gets big like Dr. Robotnik, like Eggman.
Wait.
Wait.
How are you a size 4? But when you're 200 pounds, like, cause they get box.
They get boxy. They get box shaped like SpongeBob.
And then 2 little twigs sitting down.
They look like these Latino bro. These Latinas look like SpongeBob, bro.
Physics favors your ass.
Listen, shout out to all my Latina sisters out there. I love y'all, but I'm gonna tell you, brothers out there right now, do not listen. Make sure your pullout game is fucking A1 with these bitches. If you go ahead like this, look, and one of these Latinas, Nick. You're gonna be that same dude at Ybor City, like, it is what it is, Holmes. This shit's fucked up.
I'm with her because I don't want the child support.
I don't want the child support. The system's fucked up.
I did it one time. She had 8 babies.
They're babies, dude. Okay, for my Latinos in the chat, can you guys get something straight with us? I want to know personally.
Pant size equals weight divided by 50.
I want my Latino brothers in the chat to let me know. Have you Latinos ever heard of a fertility clinic for Latino women? Like, we're struggling to conceive, doc.
They don't even have that word in Spanish.
Oh, fertility?
There's no fertilidado or whatever that doesn't exist.
Nick, you go to one of these salsa clubs, and you're not supposed to go to the salsa club out in Mexico, right?
Oh my
Before
God.
the whole situation with Miss Columbia. But shout out to Miss Columbia, by the way. Nick, you go to one of these salsa clubs, right? I shit you not. There's gonna be a guy in the chat right now, man. We're look.
She beats this. My pullout was not strong at 3.
Bruh, look, Nick, you go to one of these salsa dancing clubs, you bump and grind on one of these Latinas, the bitch gets pregnant from a dry hump. Name an ethnic group that you can get a chick pregnant off a dry hump, other than Mexicans. Like, what the fuck, bruh?
Impossible.
I'm like,
It's impossible.
We share the same glass. She's pregnant.
I'm crying.
The fuck, dude? You guys know it's true. They know it's true, man. They know it's true. They just turned into SpongeBob. Why though?
God.
Like genetic. Like, look, dude. Like I said, black women just get big everywhere. You're like, oh, God, man, the whole body's.
Black women don't get big. Black women get tragic. There's a difference.
You remember Iglesias? My man, damn. Oh, hell no. Like, they get that look, and you're like, what the fuck happened to you?
Yeah.
How did you become like this? Nick, every Latino has pictures of their girl when they used to be hot. And they will sit there and be like,
this is what I think about.
Are you talking to me like that? You think I don't know she fat now?
Oh God.
She what is it? Gordo.
It is too hot in this fucking room.
Gordo. They roll. Oh, they talk about these fat bitches.
Gordo.
They roll into that shit. These Mexican shit, I tell you guys, keep that pull out game fucking airtight. Nick, you won because they say that one drop of sperm, you got 120 million or whatever.
No, not with them.
With them, bro.
It's a 1-in-1.
The pre-cum, you get triplets. Like, the fuck? Triplets? Dude, do not go
Come
up raw.
on.
Do not raw dog these goddamn Mexican chicks. I mean, any of these bras, but especially these Latinas. Fuck.
Oh,
I don't know how we got. I don't know what happened, man.
how do we get on this?
I don't know how we got. Well, Ybor City, Thottery.
I'm gonna die.
It's hot than a mother in this room.
It is so. Okay, let me talk about that shit. I am in contact with the air conditioning company,
They failed.
and I called them 2 days ago. I leave a
Oh,
message.
hey Nick.
What?
Hey, there's no pull-out game with Latinas. I held hands once, and now I have 2 kids. I'll tell you, man, it ain't no joke.
So I called the air conditioner company 2 days ago,
Mhm.
and I'm like, it's during business hours, and they're like, yeah, leave a message. I'm like, fuck. Okay, I need an air conditioner in this damn room pronto. I'm willing to pay whatever it takes. Get back to me. Here's my cell phone number. Text me. They text me the next day, yesterday. And they're like, hey, you sent a message. Can you repeat it? So I text them back because I'm like, okay, text is cool. Text them back. And I'm like, I need an air conditioner for one room in my house, and I need it as fast as possible. I'm dying in here.
I'm dying.
Today they text me. So I'm like, why are we texting if it's going to take a day? Today they're like, here's what we recommend. So I text back immediately. The moment I get this text, I text back, cool, here's my address. Get me a quote and an estimate. I'll pay it now. I'll pay twice. Get this damn air conditioner in this room. No response. So I'm guessing I'm going to get one on Monday.
This room is so hot.
It is horrifying.
It's so hot.
It is horrifyingly hot. I'm like, please, just like, again, I'll give you $1,000 bonus if you do it today. Put the damn AC unit in
People
the
are
wall.
like, yo, when are you and Nick gonna go and fucking stream this video game? I ain't streaming shit. It's hot in here.
It is horrifying.
It's, dude.
I'm literally, I can.
Oh, you're actually starting to break out.
I'm literally, yeah, I got a little.
Is that your heat rash allergy thing?
Little bit of the heat allergy, not so bad because I'm medicated now.
Oh, nice.
Although I'm due for a shot.
Oh, how many doses you gotta get?
They created a home version of the shot. So Lady Rackets is coming with me to the next shot so she can be instructed. She doesn't know how to give shots. She's dealt with people with insulin for years or whatever. But and she did the fertility shots herself. But
I don't like needles though, man.
I don't like needles either.
I'd rather you literally hit me than give me a fucking needle of. I don't like
Isn't
the
that
jab.
weird?
Like
I know it's not gonna hurt. I know it doesn't matter.
I don't, hit me.
I don't like being penetrated.
Do you like being jabbed, poked?
The thing with these is they send it to the clinic, and the clinic throws them in the fridge because it's got to be refrigerated. So when they put the poke in your arm for these allergy shots, it's like thick because it's cold, and you can feel that shit pumping into your arm. It's weird. But so Lady Rackets is coming with me when I go to get my next shot, and then after that, they can send them to my house instead of sending them to the clinic, which I'm actually really pumped for. It's hot as fuck in this room.
This room is so hot, man.
Wolfgang Deo says, oh, now you want AC in Minnesota? Please, bitch, please. Seriously, the mornings are hot as hell in Arizona, and I have AC. Look, the only good thing about Canada being on fire is that it's been cold. It cooled down.
It is finally some
15
relief.
degrees.
Some relief.
Yesterday it was 98, I think, and today it was like 80. Anyway, it is warm as fuck in here. Okay, let's go back to this. Holy shit. President-elect Austin M says WrestleMania 34 groomer Josh versus mother love Chris. RRU says Josh feeds a hamburger oral. Gross. Almond John 1 says Drex, you hear about the guy who won $30,000 in the lottery, spent $20,000 of it on a chain, war chain in the open in Detroit, then got robbed? Guess what race he is? Hebrew National meets. I'm just kidding. What race do you think he is?
You're my biggest problem.
What's that? Is your biggest problem literally just fucking Detroit and Chicago?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty pitiful. You know what? Here's the thing. The worst thing you can ever do is give certain black people a large sum of money and then give them an idea. It's gonna be a bad one.
Like he wins the lottery and he watches a Flava Flav or Mr. T video.
Yeah, he's like, I need to do that shit.
Why don't I have chains? I've been wanting chains my whole life. No, you literally haven't. You're actually Antifa. You've been opposed to chains your whole life.
That's right.
I've been wanting chains,
dude. So he spent 20 grand of the 30 grand, right? And immediately got robbed. Of course he got robbed. You can't have nice shit in certain places, though, man. It doesn't matter what color you are. I mean, certain places, it's like, I mean, Nick, what about those stories, right? Those people who like, you know, when Dreamcast came out, PS2, I got one.
My favorite was
it got right in the parking lot
during the fucking Floyd riots. I watched a video of some asshole going and looting an Apple store, right? He walks out. His ass is all proud. He's got a 27-inch iMac.
Oh, nice.
In his hands. He's walking. He's like, yeah, I got this iMac. Give it over. He gets held up not 100 yards from the store. Hey, here you go. What do you do?
What are you going to do?
Yeah. Grab the iMac. And that dude's lucky to leave there with his shoes on.
Yeah, bruh.
He gets robbed. And you know what he's got to say? I guess it's part of the game.
You have to charge it to the game. Okay, so Nick.
What are you doing?
He left.
What are you doing looting a fucking shop with a mob around? You got to go find a shop where the mob isn't. Like, it's part of the mob.
Or you have to have a crew. You have to have a crew.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, that happens.
Yeah, you got to have 6, 7 guys.
Yep.
You got to be strapped.
Yep.
Or having knives.
Yep.
Probably strapped.
Yep.
And you got to throw bricks through your own damn windows.
Yep.
Don't rely on someone else's bricks. That's their window. You go find your own electronics store and loot that. And then you got to run defense the whole way to your getaway car.
Yeah.
You can't walk your ass home carrying an iMac.
First of all, you should have found a way to, I don't know, kind of conceal that, right? Like, because walking around like this.
You steal a bag from the Apple store? Hey, what you got in that big ass bag? Nah, man. This is from the Lego store.
Man, look, you better have some shit that says Toys R Us. You should have brought yourself your own bag, man. Her burgers.
No, this is from Walmart. This is
from
just
Walmart.
A bunch of boxes of Wheaties.
Yeah, tell them it's a dehumidifier. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, man, I ain't steal shit. And Nick, when they ask, anybody see shit?
Look, you can have these Nikes. You got to have a decoy. That's what you got to have.
I got these new Yeezys.
Right.
I'll take the Yeezys.
You got to have the decoy loot so that they don't know the good stuff that's on you.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, that was bad planning.
A big glass bag.
God damn, I was at Whole Foods.
Home Depot. Oh man, this is a satellite Wi-Fi system. You don't even want it. It's complex
you don't want this shit
set up.
These guys kill me, man. How do you wind up in these, Nick? When you hear some of these stories, you always look at people like, what did you think was going to happen?
I saw that video and I'm dying. First of all, he walks through like 50 people who all do this. They all look at him, and then he shows up to the one dude. He's like, he just pulls out the gun. He's like, all right, you know what time it is. The guy, yeah, he hands it over. Oh God, it was great.
Well, they know what time it is, Nick. It's give up the goods time.
Yeah, look, we're in this riot. You catch a bullet, literally no one cares.
Yeah.
The guys didn't know they were being recorded either. If they were being recorded, they'd probably put the gun away, let the guy walk by. You don't want to be on a recording.
You don't
riot having a gun.
Yeah, because a lot of people are getting prosecuted now.
Yep.
You remember when the precinct went down? They thought that shit was real. It looked cute. Remember that?
Yeah.
Hey, did you see what happened to some of those people now?
I hope they.
What do you mean I'm being brought to justice?
I hope they get real time.
Hey, look, man.
Burning down a damn police precinct. What were you thinking?
What did you think was going to happen? When those cheeks get clapped.
Can you believe they gave up that shit, though? The cops?
No. Correction. They were ordered to.
Yeah, I know. But, like can you believe some dumb motherfucker high up in police department, probably with the mayor's orders, Jacob Frey.
That's what it was.
Jacob Frey, the queen.
Small fry.
Queen of Minneapolis.
Mm-hmm.
Goes.
In Capri's.
Oh, no. You guys all vacate No, don't take any of the computers or the evidence or anything. Just leave right away.
Just go.
Yeah. What the fuck was he thinking?
Well, she was thinking emotionally.
Yeah.
And had social justice on her mind.
I cannot, I'm still baffled by that. Like, literally, just lock the doors, bro. We're going to burn it down. It's a stone building. They can't burn it down from the outside.
Unless they get in. But so if you're ordered to leave.
Yep.
So then what do you do, Nick? Do you defy orders?
No.
Because what happens if you do?
Look, if you're a line cop and you're ordered to leave a precinct, fuck it. I'm out. Why would you stay and risk dying?
Yep.
No, they made the. Sorry, I should have clarified. The cops who were ordered to leave made the right move. I just couldn't believe anybody was dumb enough to order them to leave.
Mm-hmm.
It is a police precinct. There's like 2 exits and a whole bunch of dudes with shotguns.
Yep.
You're not going to burn it down from the outside. It's a concrete structure. You have to get inside to burn that shit down.
Where are the rooftop Koreans? God bless them.
Roof Koreans are the greatest.
Oh, man.
Okay. Sorry, that was a big tangent from that. Fat Swiss and T says, my name is Tyrone. John Trometer says, Ricada Law, will you be my boyfriend? Lolcow TV admin, very cool, a lover of Joshua Connor Moon. Look, I don't know what Lolcow TV is, but I guess people were stream sniping the stream or something, which is cool. I don't care if people stream snipe the show. Look, I hope you'll show up here, but if you watch the show from somewhere else, I don't do the copyright shit on that stuff. But hope you guys enjoyed it. Jacob Sockness Sucks says, I was one of the first people to call the cops on Chris. It's the I never thought I'd do this but thread on r/Chris Chan Sanachu. Please read. No, I'm not going to read it right now because it's way late. Mario Carter 13 says, Chris has the power of God and anime on his side. Yona Hall says, as Chris Chan goes, so goes the internet. Shakaval says, so adding cannibalism to all Chris's crimes. Gross. That's from the drinking the Fanta special.
Yeah, dude.
Harbinger 345 says, thanks, I'm scarred for life. Now, Tina says, Drex, you look down on me and others for simping for VTubers. But I think it's worse that I'm a simp for a lawyer in Minnesota. Oh, well, here's another 5. Death Sandal says, look, it's only bad if you send me a super chat while jerking off. Please don't. Death Sandal says, first super chat ever, and I think I picked the best time for it. Keep up the great work, guys, and enjoy my non-existent dollary dues. Oh, that's from Australia. That's not even real money.
Oh, damn.
Russell Hall says, what flavor of Fanta is best to pair with semen? It's got to be pineapple, right? Because pineapple Fanta is an abomination in and of itself. Would you wait?
Isn't that blue raspberry or some other
watermelon Fanta?
Did you ever drink that?
No, wait, there's watermelon Sunkiss. I don't think there's watermelon Fanta.
I think there might be a
watermelon Crush.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Watermelon Crush should be exorcised from this planet.
You actually drank it?
Yeah.
How'd it taste? Ugh.
And I like watermelon flavored candy and shit, like the fake watermelon flavor. I'm down with it. Not in Crush. Okay. So you know the little grocery store by here, Teal's?
Mm.
They literally had the sign up. Are you ready for this?
Oh, God.
Whole chicken, $1.59 a pound. Watermelon, $8.99 a pound. Like they have their little marquee sign.
Yep.
That was all that was on it. In the whitest city I've ever known in my life, Spicer, Minnesota. They have a sign for chicken and watermelon.
That's right. Because of reasons.
I couldn't believe it.
Oh, cucumber soda from Japan? What the fuck?
Disgusting. Cucumber soda?
Actually, wait, I think I've seen that. Yeah. Nick, they have it in California too. You'll see lime and yeah. Oh God, I forgot about that.
That's fucking gross.
Ugh.
Solemn says, what do you got to drink in the fridge? Kid opens Chris Chan's fridge. You got some soda, purple stuff, Sunny D, and the sweet, the Coom jug. Oh, gross. Samurai Knight says, would recommend Willy's Wonderland. The best part was that pinball scene where Nick Cage makes sweet, sweet love to the machine for that high score on break. Kumat Aura says, I will forever associate Fanta with Troon Spunk now. Thanks, guys. Never drink Fanta again. Rigsby says there was also a mother-daughter stripper team and a midget with one-leg stripper in Jesting Town. 2.5 out of 10 makes for a funny story. This chat, not the pregnant lady one. Wolfgang Deo says, incest is an issue of quality assurance. If they are not good enough for our family, then they are not good enough for yours. Gross. What is wrong with you? Why would you send that? Ew. Almond John 1 sent $1. Thank you. Big Guy says, you know what's crazier than Chris's wild ride to hell? An Andrew Dobson redemption arc. Who's Andrew Dobson?
Have I ever heard that name? I don't think so. Maybe. Who
the fuck is Andrew Dobson? He's a professor at Princeton?
Ugh.
Wait, Tom Preston, real name Andrew Dobson. Okay. Here we go. It's taken down from Know Your Meme. Deviant art artist and webcomic creator most famous for the creation of his comic So You're a Cartoonist. I have no idea who that is. Wolfgang Deo says Drex is absolutely not in the same room. No, I mean, that's my vault door over there. Sacrinus De Ferrin says, I would like to say that I would be okay with funding a Chris Chan comic book. Might have thrown up at first, but a Fanta cocktail is a fantastic idea for a good time drink. Disgusting. As Cybertest says, Barb just wanted to have mac and cheese. Little did she know exactly how Chris would make it. ASO says, this is a good time to get a bucket to puke into. Sergeant McSalty says, as a former brony myself. Drex,
no comment.
What do you think about bronies?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing about
the bronies, may they rest forever in the afterlife with the blessing of Allah.
Here's my issue with the whole brony thing. So there's a long time ago before I ever, my daughter was born. I used to always question how adults could watch anything kid related, right? I was kind of like, well, how the hell does anybody watch that shit, right?
Yeah.
Then it finally hits you, right? You have a kid and they watch something terrible, right? Like Dora the Explorer.
Yeah.
Do you remember what happened when they finally elevated beyond Dora to like even something like La La Loopsy? You're like, yes, this is great. It wasn't great. It just was something better than Dora. So by the time you
that fucking dragon show,
which one is that?
The one where the two like Hispanic kids find that there's a real world of dragons if they say magic words. Oh my God, kill
awful.
Me.
But like My Little Pony was the first show that my daughter watched that I could actually sit there and watch and not want to pull my eyes out.
Look, I'm not a pony apologist. My Little Pony, season 5, episodes 1 and 2, the 2-part finale the 2-part series where they literally expose communism for what it is great. I don't care if you don't watch any other My Little Pony stuff. I don't know anything about it. But where they had their cutie marks replaced with generic marks and everybody had to be the same and no one was allowed to be happy, I was like, holy shit.
Yep.
That is...
Everybody's equal, right?
That
equally
is
miserable.
red-pilled, and it was great.
Everyone's equally miserable. So that was the thing about that show, right? Like just because, Nick, by the time my daughter went to like Gumball and Teen Titans Go, I was like, yes, because it was better than Dora.
Yeah.
You elevate from like no grown adult wants to watch Sesame Street. So by the time you're watching, Amazing World of Gumball, you're like, I can stomach this better than I can stomach the rest of the shit. So better than what's his face, Kevin Smith's He-Man. But yeah, so how do you? But the whole brony thing,
based in brony pilled, based in pony pilled.
I don't get it. Like I never saw the allure of being like, yeah, these ponies.
I never watched any My Little Pony episodes. Some of my kids watched them for a while, except one of my kids comes to me and they're like, Dad, all their cutie marks got taken away in the name of equality. I'm like, show me what's going on.
Oh God.
It was fantastic. Turns out everybody was fucking miserable. Weird.
That's
Weird.
Beautiful. I need to watch that 2-part episode. You said season 5.
I think it's either 4 or 5, but I think it's 5.
But I don't know because it'll be a 2-part opener.
It's episodes 1 and 2. And their cutie marks they go to a town where everybody's happy, except nobody's fucking happy at all. And they all are equal. It's amazing. Black Doom says, oh shit, sorry to make salty. I didn't finish this. As a former brony myself, to purify the earth, should I commit seppuku or a hate crime? Never heard of Chris till after I quit watching MLP, but holy shit, have things gotten worse since then. Don't ever seppuku. Hate crime is always the way. Black Doom says Chris belongs to the streets. Almond John 1 says super chat testing. It worked. Malachi Gaming and Talk says you should go on Ranting Monkey sometime. Yeah, happy to. I need to have him on the show too. That guy's great. John Cook says, why am I here? Why am I letting this crap flow into my head? Crows of Judgment says, after seeing all this, I'm thinking atheists may have a great point. RRU says, Kekon scream. Ah! I don't know what that means. Slightly amused black kid from the suburbs sent a bunch of crescents, Islamic crescents, and says Islamic content. Mario Kart 13 says, Chris, I want poon. Mom, we have poon here at home. Oh, fuck. The Iron Omega says, sounds like that messed up movie There's Something Wrong with the Johnsons where the son is graping the dad. Almond John 1 says, Bill Gates is buying lots of farmland. Also, Bill Gates blocks out the sun. Doesn't that mean you won't be able to grow your own food? Mark Serini says, appreciate all that you do, Null. Protoman says, Barb always welcomed Chris's affection because she was an emotional manipulator. Wanted a leash on him. This is why he was so comfortable with this. Yeah, that may be. That's something to consider, that Barb created this monster. Big Guy says, Josh, please attend church. Trust me on this. Eldon Bainling says, Chris and Barb should move to France. Happy ending. Stop it. 1.21 gigawatt says, the month of July will forever be cemented in my mind as rape month due to Blizzard and Chris Chan. Wolfgang Deo says, Nick, make sure to check out the new fast food chain Blue Waffle that is coming to Minnesota.
Oh.
Stop it. Also, you need to check out Tub Girl, who's worse than Mars Girl. First of all, that's not true. No one is worse than Mars Girl, and never Google Blue Waffle. Nick Naylor says, EverQuest didn't have voice. How did you even find out the autistic guy could talk and not type? We read that one. Jim Jones says, how would Chris's past history with assault charges and convictions influence the state in charging in this case, i.e. the GameStop macing incident? Probably make it worse for Chris. Frankly, he doesn't look good here. The question is what Barb is going to say while being evaluated. Leet Man says, hey, just got here. I got an unrelated question. Are you going to Anime Austin? I'm not invited, so I doubt it. I don't even know what it is. When it is, I don't even know when it is. Automata says, launch that locker room into the sun. Yeet. Angry Bellsprout says, imagine nightmares Drex is going to have tonight. David Bowser says, look at LED lighting. They generate almost no heat. These are LEDs. They are LEDs.
These are some straight up porn lights.
There's just a lot of light. I have them turned way down on brightness too.
Damn.
This one's at 20%. That one's at like 12.
Damn.
Still fucking hot.
It's hot as shit.
Once we get that air conditioner in here, it's going to be great. Leo Breaker 49 says, sup fellas, been a while. What the hell did I log into? Degeneracy. It's Cigna says the general consensus is he got fed up by his upbringing and he would have been bad autism or not. Yeah, I think so.
Mm.
Michael Shaw says, if this girl is found to have coached him in this, what kind of charges could she potentially face? I don't know. Maybe as an accessory to incest. It is possible to be an accessory to sexual crimes. Caleb Johnson says, is it true that Chris got arrested? No. I can't find a reliable source. At this time, he is not arrested. ASO says, I'm an alt F4 and go to bed before I get nightmares. Zachary Smith says, hey, Nick, hope to see more Greer stuff soon. He's got to do something else stupid. Mario Carter 13 says, she sounds like she glows in the dark. Lock on Strato says, burn it with holy fire. Spartan 5000, thanks for the donation. Lamer 5799 says, I'm going to need a head injury after this stream. Hopefully I get amnesia. Jeff Patriot with the Fox sticker. Werex says, Drexel, welcome to the internet.
Look, dude, I lived a very good life before you brought me onto the internet in 2018. And you started talking about all these like terms and all these like.
Here you are. You thought you were living the life of degeneracy, and you were wrong.
Yeah, the internet's far worse than the real world, man.
Yep.
It's like the Matrix on steroids. Like, remember the Matrix? It's like, you know, there's the real world and there's going to the Matrix, and you're like, God, fuck.
Ashley Hall says, could Chris meet the definition of a vulnerable adult? Maybe, but then that would put it on Barb. He would have to make, he'd have to make that argument. He'd have to have psychiatric evaluations to back it up. We'll see. The Wheel says, never meet your heroes, kids. Natalie Braithwaite says, gas, gas, gas. Cotty Culp says, this is cut and pasted together like a kindergarten's art project. Trident Titan says, it would be interesting if this person is taking advantage of Chris's naivety to indirectly cause him to do those things. Would then that person be liable for charges if that was the case? Yeah, I think they could be an accessory. I think they literally could be an accessory to incest if they were part of making that happen. Basic Math says, just getting into this degeneracy, and it's clear to me that this Bella girl has some serious problems too. Cody Culp says, and watch the documentary. Those messages are not how Chris messages. This is a giant troll. Reese Taylor says, after Connor Murphy drank another man's divine protein shake, I'm in absolute awe that the internet hasn't imploded in on itself. Historical event here. Who's Connor Murphy? Rhinosaurus Rex says, Nick, I'm not sure if there's a measure that goes beyond exterminatus. If there is, it needs to be deployed in this situation. True. Dark Rose says, Nick, I need your recommendation on the strongest alcohol you got because I need to forget this entire stream. Look, Everclear is the answer. I don't have any, but go find some. It's cheap, it's effective, and you will forget everything in your life. Jacobs HMF says, Navy and whiskey shot when? What is the Navy?
Wait, has anyone given you moonshine yet?
Yeah, I've gotten a bunch of it.
Oh.
I have a whole bottle of homemade moonshine, apple pie moonshine.
Oh.
You know what it tastes like? Apple pie soaked in fucking grain alcohol.
Oh.
Reddit Silver member says, eyes treated, phone yeeted, history deleted, holy water needed. Mm-hmm. Mash Bash says, she is encouraging this. It will come out. Input was her guiding him. He's insane, but she manipulated him to produce a result for her amusement. Gigi Evan 317 says, you've been listening to Autism Radio 86.9 WTFM. Kosk says, I think Chris was tricked / talked into doing that. He's been tricked into doing, saying, and drawing some truly horrific things. Cars in Depth says, Ricada Law, what makes you think it's real? This is a guy that believes fiction is real. Perhaps it's all fantasy. I don't know if it's real.
Oh, what, the whole
Chris Chan having sex with his mom thing. Maybe it's a fiction in his head. Like that's the
like the whole he's almost like he's trolling.
Not that he's trolling intentionally, but that he believes that he had sex with his mom, but he didn't.
Ugh.
Like maybe he just jerked off a lot.
Oedipal complex.
Yeah.
I keep thinking this back is going to pop, but it just won't.
Maybe we'll find out what happens when Barb is evaluated by the state.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know. I don't know. I can't read this fucking name. Jessigan says, never forget self-inflicted taint wound. IWD said that recording was evil. Lord Nightmare says, well, this was an interesting first stream. Welcome to it, buddy. JWF0078 says Chris has had legal issues since Bob died, tons of them, and he's also wanted to sleep with his mom since he was a teenager. Andrew Ward Snowboard says, whatever happened to Drex shows being 6 hours? Look, we're fucking even older than we were then.
Where are we at right now?
We're at 3:38. We'll probably finish by about 4 hours.
Milf Cairo with a YouTube channel. No shit.
Cody Culp says the tape is cut and pasted together to fill the narrative of the Barb. I want to see the recording in an editor. Hopefully the state will go after the whole thing. Ryan Wilson says the YouTuber Baked Alaska has been accused of domestic terrorism for being at the White House on January 6th. Could you make a video covering this topic? Yeah. Is he a terrorist? A domestic terrorist? No. Is Baked Alaska an idiot? Yes. But maybe I'll make a video covering it. I don't know. Serp YouTube says, can you read the letter I mentioned last time? To George Washington? No, man, it's so fucking late. To George Washington from G.W. Snyder, 22nd August, 1798, from foundersarchives.gov. So answer your questions about the strange agenda. No, it's too late. Mandalorian 17, and sorry, I will on the next stream. I just can't read it now. Send me an email. You don't have to super chat me. Send me an email. On Monday, I'll read it. Mandalorian 17 says, that's a great point. How does my search for busty redheads have to do with the trannies? The Pornhub thing.
Oh, yeah. When you're looking at Maitland Ward, and next thing you know, you got some tranny shit. It's all the time, man.
Wolfgang Deo. Fuck. So many left. This way of trying to go after predators by using cheese pizza is completely ridiculous and does not make any sense in continuing. Do not negotiate. Oh, that's the FBI doing their thing. Look, the thing is it's effective. Gray Keanu says, might be regional. Top search terms by region for the U.S. tend to be either cheating or relatives. That's fucking gross. Lil Meme says, what are you doing, step bro? Help me, I'm stuck. Stop. Ascended Not So Handsome Jack says, this talk of cheese pizza reminds me of the South Park episode where the TSA/Fed agent is stroking it to watching people on the shitter like a Blizzard employee. Longreach Jones says, there is a derogatory used in the alphabet community, heteronormative. That's nice, kiddo. Hetero is the norm. Vast Game Master says, why are we here? Just to suffer? Yes. Ron Type says, I have yet to hear the House of the Dead overkill reference regarding the villain twist. I'd want to see Nick and Drexel cosplay as Isaac and G. Do you know who Isaac and G are?
No. Who is that?
The two protagonists from House of the Dead?
The game that way back when? The light gun game? Yeah.
Maybe.
I didn't know we had names.
You know, so the fucking Terminator light gun game has just been leaked as the next, like those little mini arcade games. Light guns are coming.
Oh.
Can you imagine?
Oh.
Terminator Salvation or whatever.
Yeah, we had Terminator. We had the T2 game. There was a lot of good games back then. And they were just quarter munchers, man.
Operation Wolf.
Operation Wolf.
You got fucking annihilated by that game.
I kind of miss those days, man. Like, Nick.
See, that was an interesting thing with video games, right? Like they need to take your money and they need to keep you on for a limited amount of time to maximize the amount of revenue that they could generate.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of people waiting while you play a game for 6 hours. It's not very useful.
Nope.
This is why pinball games fell out of favor.
Yep.
And why they added the extra lanes on the outside where you automatically lose a ball.
Yep.
Because when pinball games first came out,
people were too good.
Yeah. Like my dad talked about when his dad would go bowling, he'd go to the bowling alley, he'd put a dime in the pinball machine, play all night.
Yep.
But once you added those automatic lose lanes, you're done.
Yep.
So let's see.
What a time.
Blue Satoshi says, look up Forever Pandering Sins of a Complacent Artist on YouTube if you want to learn a bit more about Dobson. It's only a 2-parter, but only part 1 matters. I'm not going to do it right now. Jim Jones says, had to put my cat of 26 years down the other day.
They live that long?
Here's another 5. Thanks for the great stream tonight. Rarely. That's an old fucking cat.
How long do cats normally live?
I mean, I don't know of any cat that's lived past 20. I think 21, 22. My buddy's cat lived to 22.
Jeez.
It's an old cat. Samurai Knight says, with how bad the internet is, think how worse it could be if VR became mainstream like Ready Player One. Think of all this stuff these people do in real life. Dude, I can't wait. My VR stuff comes in tomorrow, I think. I got a whole VR set coming.
For what?
Play games.
I don't know about the VR thing, man. I want to say, yeah, it's gonna make it. It's kind of the 3D push.
It could be terrible. I don't know. But
Yeah.
they're 2 VR games. They're both Warhammer VR games I want to play. And then there's also Blades and Sorcery, where you literally like pick up swords and bows and arrows and you just kill shit people that come at you.
I just think that a lot of these what do you call them? VR games look like glorified tech demos, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like too many of them.
That's a good one. People are saying VR porn in the chat. Guys, my kids can see my Steam library. I don't have any adult games. Look, even the funny ones. I got gifted the Futa restaurant game. I can't even download it. I can't
The
because
kids will, somehow, some way.
My kids can see my Steam library. So legitimately I have 0 adult games on there. Can't do it. Whoops. Let's see, what the fuck?
Separate account. Nanny mode.
Music and Fiction says the case about Facebook and third parties was Scola v. Facebook. It's currently. Fucking Christ, why did it do that? Damn it. It's currently in settlement. The description of what they saw is scarring, rumored. Known Important says, thank you for this, Nick, because now it makes Twitter look even more crazy with their don't care. It's a drawing, still awful, send to jail. Zach says, and then one day, for no reason at all, people voted Hitler into power. No. Jackson Kai says, just got here at the end, unfortunately, but already sounds fun to catch up on before bed. Haha, bless you both. World needs more Jesus. Mr. Bentham says, hey there, Drexy Poo. Just finished making my own special batch of cream soda just for you. Extra frothy. Enter the QB says, hey, Drexel, after the infamous Cynthia saga, who is the chick that saved you from that 11-month ED hell?
Oh, yeah. It was my girl in Montana.
There you go.
Yeah, and don't ask what happened to her.
Mugshot.com.
Mugshot.com.
Fuck. Angry Bellsprout says, how many Fantas is Nick getting at the next Anime Con? Any more than 0 is too many. Kalinka Pavlova says, liquor consumption. Nick, no. Disgusting. Noble Demon Tim says, how to strike down Jacobson versus Massachusetts. It keeps forced vaccinations legal in the USA. Is calling New York Bronx bombers in Japan's recipe for international incident. No, I don't think so. The strike down Jacobson versus Massachusetts. Good luck. Joel Reese, thanks for the donation. Ricada Law Clips says, I got a drink after hearing that disturbing audio. Also, if anyone's interested in the Church of Gale, look up Chimp Out at Popeyes. Nick and Drexel react. Yeah, there's a clip channel called Ricada Law Clips. I don't run it, but I gave them permission to clip whatever they want. You can check it out. Wolfgang Dale says, wait, when was this bar knifing thing in Tampa? You guys look familiar from when I gave a guy a knife and told him his buddy fucked his girlfriend.
Damn.
I wasn't there for that. Baronet says, good morning, Nick. We're getting ready for a 3-hour drive to buy land for the house. Think 15 acres is enough. No amount of land is ever enough, but 15 acres is a good start. Going to be replaying the stream on the way. Get a portable AC if you have windows in the bunker. There's no window. This is a literal bunker. There's no fucking windows.
No windows.
We have to get someone to drill through the wall. And I have a portable AC sitting in my garage. If I could use that, I would.
Did it ever
work? No
work?
vent.
Did you ever try it to see if it worked anywhere else
Yeah,
in the
the
house?
portable AC works great if you have a window. You have to have a window to vent the hot air.
Okay.
There just isn't one in here. Mario Carter 13 says she used to be caliente. Now she's Chile. Banda Puff says, as someone stuck in SoCal, I can confirm what Drex says is the truth. About 65% of the Latina chicks I have seen that box bulb on 2 sticks figure.
For real.
Skaroji57 says, so in the dating game, how do I win again? You don't.
You don't.
Red Fox Moon says, slow cook Nick directly on air. Sounds delicious. Wolfgang Deo says, oh, now you want AC in Minnesota? I read that one. Samurai Knight says, shots are gay, especially with hard, long needles. Alex Britton says, when they're wider than they are tall, there's a problem. Or when they look like muck, as in the Pokemon, avoid. Speaking of racism, says, the smart cops looted the evidence room before they left. True. 1.21 gigawatts says, Drexel made me laugh, and now I'm pregnant. Get that child support going.
Man, I got to go ahead and go to the state.
2D Knight says, I think it's time to burn the world down. This can't be fixed. I think we've officially exceeded Sodom and Gomorrah. Blue Satoshi says, I almost forgot. Was both of your thoughts on porn? Oh, wait, fucking hell. That wasn't it.
Damn.
Blue Satoshi says, look up Forever Pandering Sins of a Complacent Artist on YouTube if you want to learn a bit about him. Dobson is two-parter, but only part one matters. What the fuck? Where is this? How did this fucking happen? It got all mixed up. Here we go. Okay, Samurai Knight says, with how bad the internet is, think of how worse it could be if VR became mainstream like Ready Player One. Oh, fuck, I read that one. Eric D says, James Fairbanks watched this show without blinking. James Fairbanks was just polishing a gun.
That guy's legendary, man.
Seed Fan 85 says, what's your opinion on Johnny Walker Red? Look, if you can buy red, buy black. Trident Titan says, I almost forgot. What's both of your thoughts on Pornhub gutting itself because of claims of hard candy being on the site?
I knew. Is that a claim?
That's when they got accused of having cheese pizza on the site.
Yeah.
They went from like 20 million videos to 2.
Yeah, I was not a fan. I wasn't looking for that. I was looking for like the raunchy amateur shit. And that's what the women like, Nick. They don't like the produced
stuff.
They don't like it. I've never met a girl who watched the produced shit. They're like, no, I don't like that. I like the amateur shit.
Every woman has an OnlyFans account for consumption, if not production. Gross.
It's getting real.
No, I think they did what they had to do to maybe head off criminal charges. But apparently on all their other sites, like Tube8 or whatever, those are all still up. So I don't know.
Weird how they just went after the big one then.
Yeah. Wolfgang Deo says the feds enjoying cheese pizza is absolutely not effective. Otherwise, there would be less of it. They like cheese pizza, which is why they went ineffective. Red Fox Moon says, how big of a bribery do you require to play Dark Souls for us on stream? I played through the entirety of Dark Souls on my Twitch channel. I beat Dark Souls. I didn't think I would, but I did. And at some point, I'll probably play 2 and 3. Nick's Hex says, Drex, what is your favorite arcade bullet hell game?
Oof. What do you think, Nick? I remember going back. If we think back to those days, because R-Type was in the R-Type. Life Force was
fucking hard.
Bruh.
Radius is hard.
Radius, yeah. All those games kind of came out in the same era. They were all favorites.
The R-Types, Raidens were nasty.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about that. Damn.
Raidens are fucking
one of these days.
nasty.
I'm gonna get back on that Ikaruga that you had me play.
Ikaruga is brutal.
I mean,
Einhinders though, that's the best. It wasn't an arcade, but Einhinder.
You know what it was, Nick? It was the presentation. It was a fully produced product, right? It was the look, the sound. That game is impossible to find.
All around great.
Yep.
Great game.
I still have a PS1. I need to find Einhinder. I've gone to used game shops and look for it. When you even mention Einhinder, you'll have that guy who goes, you even know about that. We can't
find that shit.
Yeah, he's like,
Yeah. Ron Type says, to elaborate, the hot D overkill reference. Isaac gets to mofo everything except the main villain. Should be easy to guess why with this topic now. Disgusting. Almond John 1 says, if Hillary had won instead of Trump in 2016, do y'all think the pandemic would have happened in 2020?
No.
Individual answers, please. No. If the virus occurred versus whether the pandemic would have happened are two separate questions. No. The virus would not, or the virus may have occurred, pandemic and the shutdowns. That was clearly a ploy to destroy the economy.
Yep.
Leading up to Trump's reelection. And if you don't believe that, you're literally stupid.
Yeah.
I don't care if you even like Trump. If you don't understand that the media played COVID to destroy his election in the election year, that's absolutely what happened. John 1 says, Retro Dude Man X says, missed the stream with Nick, Drex, and Peacock. Hope you bring him back ASAP. Still in the hospital here in Tokyo. Stay safe, both of you always. Look, Peacock got a job where he literally can't come on the show.
That sucks.
It does. But I'm planning on making a trip out to LA soon to visit Peacock and others. And if I do, I'll insist on an impromptu Peacock drinking stream. He and I'll hang out. We'll talk for a little bit. Nothing too crazy. And then we'll
Damn. I miss Peacock.
He's so fucking funny. Let's see.
I just feel bad that he lives in fucking California.
Yeah.
God, that place is awful.
Let's see. Here we go. This pay pig says, even Shadman of all people, the guy known for lolly grape anime drawings, is disgusted by this. In Trump voice, we will build a wall, a large, beautiful wall. No one has seen walls like this. Magnificent, towering wall, and we will line Chris Chan against it. Dax Pereira says, did you see Masterson make the Chris Chan stuff about himself? What a fucking paranoid psycho. Kool-Aid Man says, I assume you mean because he criticized the Kiwi farmers who have been calling him a pedophile since Cuties came out, who have also been supporting Chris Chan. Look, that's his thing to do. Kool-Aid Man says, oh, yeah. So, Nick, I'm with Drex on the 2.5 way now. I banged a midget in my time. It's incredible. I put her on the big glass cock, wrapped a rope around her and pulled it like the old spinning top toys, spinning so fast she flew around the room. There you go. Timothy Reaper says, we need a palate cleanser. Look up greedy steamers versus Guargura. No, or greedy streamers versus Guargura. No. Bullcut Nationalist says, Nick is just drinking constantly due to this. Drink more water, Nick. If Drexel doesn't drink today, he never will. Also noting that foam swastika on the door behind Drexel. On a lighter note, Ralph weighed in at 275 pounds. And how tall was he again? Some people say 5'1". Ralph says he's taller. I don't know. I haven't seen an official tape. Haven't seen the official tape. Suki Johnson says the media and independent media on YouTube are totally in favor of normalizing sexualizing children. Look at these assholes that defended the AIDS tranny that pulled out his stunning and brave female cock at the spa in California. And Desmond is amazing. Disgusting. Yash Ken says dawn of the final day. 24 hours remaining until rent moratorium ends. Nick, if you're wondering what that countdown comes from, it's from a Zelda game. What makes listening to this a bit better is listening to some upbeat music. FBI entrapment says in Trump voice, the FBI is so corrupt. So corrupt. They don't give money to victims. They're too busy prosecuting my supporters and plotting Governor Whitmer kidnappings. Did you hear about this? Did you hear about that? The Whitmer prosecution of plotting a kidnapping, mostly FBI, mostly feds, probably about three gentlemen and about 15 feds. Also, they are busy stealing $80 million after exceeding the search warrant. Long Range Jones says, got a drink for you, Nick. I call it the Chris Chan. One shot glass with 50-50 Bailey's Irish cream and lime juice. Drop that shot into a glass of Fanta. Think of your mother. No. First of all, Bailey's is disgusting. I won't drink it. Second of all, no. Timothy Reaper says Ken's Casting Couch is his OnlyFans account.
Yeah, there it is.
Crusader Saracen says, Drex, Nick, I got to say these streams are my favorite. I'm going on almost 15 years with my own best friend, my brother in all but blood, and I'm hoping for many more. Cheers to male brotherhood, and God be with you both.
Thank you.
Gladys, a dictator, says, Trump voice, hey, Drexel, will you take it for the team and fuck the tyrant out of Gladys Berejkilian?
Who?
Gladys Berejkilian. She started another COVID lockdown, arrested peaceful protesters, and is forcing people to wear masks, asked for troops to enforce lockdowns. Horrible. Have you seen this?
Wait, how you say her last name?
Berejkilian. Berejkilian.
Okay. She is the premier of New South Wales. Let me see this bro. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Nick.
Red says, dang it, I miss Null by now. Oh my fucking hell.
Bruh. I can't do it. You guys gotta suffer in Wales. I can't hit.
German Shepherd says, Trump voice. Hey Nikki, have you heard that my friend Francis Naganu punched someone in the testicles at full power in the last Jackass? Can you imagine getting punched in the dick by Francis Naganu?
Not smart. Oh, that was like what the Jackass, like the show?
Yeah. Now Drexel want me to send Francis to punch the simps and the German Shepherd into orbit.
Ugh.
I wouldn't get punched by that dude ever. Johnny Knoxville got his ass kicked back in Jackass 2 or 3 by that woman Thai kickboxer.
Yeah, I remember that.
Did you see those hits when she was kicking him?
It's pretty mean, man.
What are you doing? Don't get hit by a professional fighter ever.
You know what I liked about those guys is how much they didn't want to do it after they made their money.
Yeah.
Because I took my little cousins to see Jackass 3, and that was in 3D, and you could just tell these guys like, yo, man.
I don't want a croquet ball to my fucking dick.
Nick.
I don't want you to roll a bowling ball into my dick.
I don't want to do any of this.
I don't want you to drop a paint can off a building into my dick. My favorite thing that Jackass ever did literally was they said music is soothing to animals. So they got a motherfucker in a fucking pen with a ram, and they had him playing a trombone, and the ram just fucking rams the shit out of him. He's like, the ram just comes and just annihilates it.
Ooh.
There's nothing he could do.
No.
What are you doing? It's a ram.
I just laughed because like, I remember after that
or
happened.
when he got hit by Butterbean.
I remember seeing that. I remember seeing the fat chick jump on him. Remember? He thinks he's getting something, and she runs and then jumps on him and like busts the bed.
Did you see when they jumped the fucking golf cart?
I don't know.
They ramped a golf cart. They thought this is a good idea. At a golf course, they built a ramp, got a golf cart going full speed, and they ramped. And you know what happens when the golf cart lands? It just shatters.
It's gone.
I thought they were gonna die. Like they had concussions. They're like laying there like.
I just love the fact that like when you know one of the reasons why do you know where you see this in modern times?
Yeah,
Conor McGregor.
Yep.
Okay, so if you remember, no one who's a fighter, Nick, wants to be a fighter. Like they're not to, like they're doing it because they have to do that to make money.
That's what they're good at.
That's what they're good at.
They do.
They're like, yeah, I guess I'm just gonna do this. Once they reach a certain level of success, Conor McGregor, when someone's like, yo, yeah, you ready to go get this fight? It's like, yeah, Nick, he can talk the talk. But when it comes time to the fight, it's like, I don't really want to do this shit anymore. Like, I make money selling whiskey now and doing in other
shit
endeavors.
Whiskey.
Oh, is it bad?
Seen Proper 12? I've got an empty somewhere. It got so fucking bad.
Oh.
Have you seen those jumping cacti? Because they got the spikes like this long, so they're considered to jump because people like will walk by and they'll attack. There was this group of dudes who were like the wannabe Jackass guys on YouTube. Drex, these things are this fucking long.
Those needles.
There's one where a guy just jumps into a whole bush of them. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen. He's
How do you
sitting
sound?
there just
oh, dude, those you've been around cactus before, right, Nick? You ever like gotten poked?
yeah, you don't,
It doesn't have to like
no.
punk. You're like yeah, it's not good, man.
It is fucking like the guys who do this, like it isn't worth it, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do that. It was Wild Boys. I saw that, man. Those guys, that guy like leaps into one of those fucking cactus and he comes out and he's just covered because the cacti breaks off.
Yeah.
And the spines stick in you. And they're like pulling him out, and he's just like doing the cold shivers.
Yeah, that's rough.
Fuck
man.
that. Okay. Don't read name. Says in DMs already, but U.S. Army infantry bitches are hoes, organizing orgies, both straight and lesbian, prostitution, all kinds of shit. It's bad.
What are you talking about? The service? Wait, what was that?
Army chicks.
Yeah. I already knew that. Yeah. Nick, I'm actually going to interview an Army girl soon. We already got the guys, and they've told stories.
Right, but you need a lady.
Because here's
Can you even call them ladies?
no
Army chicks? What do you call them?
turbo thoughts.
Receptacles?
Yeah, they're basically cum dumpsters. So Nick, here's my thing. One of the things about our society now, it isn't true until a white woman says it's true, right?
Yep.
It doesn't matter what it is. Nick, name anything you can think, like prime example. Let's say you it doesn't matter what it is. Election fraud, this, global warming, that. It doesn't matter what it is. If a black guy says it, even a white guy, Indian guy, no one cares. An Indian woman, no one cares. Asian woman, but the moment a white woman gets on and does, oh my God, we got it. I'm just like, are you guys fucking serious?
Yep.
And so Nick, I've told you how, like, when people talk about the dating market, right? I'm like, just don't. I go, if you knew what I knew, you guys wouldn't even entertain it, right? Drex is making this up. No, Drex is he's crazy. I bet you let some white chicks come out here, Nick, and tell you how bad it is and be like, oh shit, it's that bad? You think I was lying to you? Come on, man.
Yep.
Let a white chick say it.
Santiago says, isn't Null the guy who's against interracial dating? Isn't that what causes birth rates to collapse, like what's happening in Japan? I don't know.
Feminism.
Maybe he is. Simple Fan says, at BronyCon, we met Chris while he was looking for a fan VA. He then sang one of her songs a cappella, not noticing our awkward glances at each other. That's when I really understood his autism. He just didn't read our body language. Still, I was starstruck. So there you go. There might be a couple more. One more here says, Ken's Counseling Couch says, thanks, Nick and Drexel, for all the help this week. I'm re-releasing my Sophie stream at 10:30 a.m. EST after OBS recording the stream with live chat next to it. So people can't delete chats. You and Drexel are invited if you want. 160 subs left for feet pics. Guys, check out Ken's Counseling Couch.
Definitely check it out, y'all.
I think we may be about done. Let's see. Fuck. Nope. Retro Dude Man X says, miss a stream with Nick. Nope, I read that one. Jackson Kai says, the damage to the economy will cause far more death than the virus. Yet people are happy with their pay increase with their purchasing power tanks. Rec Talprobe says, this stream is as useful as the 17 times Vic Mignogna fought in court. His poor attorney. Love ya. All right, there you go, guys. That's the end of the show. I don't have the outro set up on here, so we're gonna just end it.
Still a great time. That was a good show.
It was a good show. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out with us.
I mean, they hung out for how many hours did we? Four plus?
4 minutes, 4 hours, 6 minutes.
Damn.
Guys, I'm gonna do Twitch because I have to. I'm gonna do one episode of Invincible. I'll see you there. Cave Kingdom says you're not done until we say you're done. I'm done. I'll be on Twitch for one episode of Invincible. I'll catch you guys there. Have a good night, guys.
Peace out, y'all.
Peace.